In this video, we will create this ChatGPT clone that lets you talk to it. And I can say generate some Python code, for example. It's going to generate code. It's going to be displayed, highlighted in these boxes. You will also be able to copy this into your clipboard by clicking here. There are accounts. You can create a new account, manage your account. You can create new chats. And then you can go to this new chat and start a new chat here, for example. You can also choose between GPT-3 and GPT-4, but since I'm not subscribed, it's going to tell me to upgrade to GPT-4. So I can choose to upgrade to GPT-4, and it's going to send me to a Stripe checkout. If I go ahead and fill this test information, because this is test mode, but it works same as in production, so once the payment is successful, we're going to go back to our website automatically, and now I will be able to choose a GPT-4 as well. And everything is saved into Convex database. I am using Next.js. So here in users table, we see that this user is using GPT-4. If you want to master the skills to build platforms similar to YouTube, Netflix, Shopify, TikTok, Amazon, this is my website. I'm offering one-on-one coaching, group coaching, and all of the programs. There is 7-week program, there is 15-week program, so you can take a look here. Let's start by going to GitHub and creating a new repository. I will name it Next.js 14 ChatGPT, and I will add a license that's going to be MIT, and I will create a repository. I will go to the folder where I want to make my project. I'm going to go here and say CMD. And I will go to HTTP and copy the link of the repository and say git clone and then my repository. I will reduce the volume of my mic a little bit, sorry. So then let's enter that folder, and here we will run CMD. Then I will go to Next.js getting started documentation, and first you will need Node.js 18.17 or later. Then we will go below and copy this command by pressing here. Paste it into your terminal and add dot, so we will install this in this current folder, and we will not make a new folder for this new project. It's gonna say need to install the following packages, just press yes. Would you like to use Typescript? Yes. Slint? Yes. Tailwind CSS is gonna make our life a lot easier. We don't want source directory, and we want to use app router. We don't want to customize this default alias, and we are going to, I just pressed enter at everything, and now we will just wait. And when the installation finishes, we can run a code dot, so we open this in VS Code or any other editor you want. While it's loading, I will also say npm run dev, and that will load our page at localhost 3000. This is the current page that we have right now. So all of this code is inside of app folder, and then this page.tsx. So I'm actually going to delete all of this except the main tag. So I'm going to delete everything, and I'm just going to say hi and save. It will automatically compile this, and here you can see our hi. So what if you wanted to make a new route that's /about on our website? Right now it's 404 not found. So we will go to our directories, and inside of app, we will create a new folder, and we will call it about. This is going to be our route, but for this to be our route, and keep in mind that everything that is in app, that's the apex, the base link. So about, and then inside of about, we need to make a page.tsx like this exact syntax. And inside, we need to say const about, for example, that's going to be equal to this. We need this arrow function, and just return. And I'm going to say a new div about, and below that we need to say export default about, the same name, and then save this. We need to have this export default, and now we have this about page. So in order to make a route, inside of app folder, you need to have another folder and then page.tsx. So if we wanted to make about/contact as well, so I would go here in about, and I will create a new folder contact, But instead of creating a new folder separately and then file inside, I can just click a new file, and then I can say contact/page.tsx, and this will create both folder and the page. So if I go here and copy this code, and I go here in contact, so I'm just going to say instead of about, I can just say contact. So this name doesn't matter actually. So now if I go to /contact, it will say, well, it's not found for some content. Okay, so I misspelled, so it's content here. And this is our page. It follows this directory. Now let's set up our backend and authentication. I will go here and search for convex.dev, and I will press enter. And in developer section, I'm going to go to documentation. And down below, I will click Next.js. So first, we are going to copy this command, but only if you are starting a new project from scratch. But we already have our Next.js application, so we're going to go here. We did this create Next.js app, so we cd'd into the app as well, and now we're going to npm install Convex. So I'm going to copy this. I will open a new terminal, and I will just paste it. Convex is basically a real-time database. This is going to replace all of your backends. So right here, as an example, as you send messages into your UI, they're going to update in the database immediately. And then the other person that's receiving your messages, they're also going to get the message as well. So immediately, everything is real time. You don't need to refresh the page, or you don't need to manually push the message from updates from database to the other client, other user. It's going to happen everything automatically. After this, we're going to copy npx convex dev and run it here. So this is going to just create a setup for us. It's going to install some additional files. So what would you like to configure? So we will start a new project. Project name, this is going to be recommended name, so I will just say enter. So the problem I have is I already have full 5 maximum projects for free tier, so you're not going to get this error, but I will also show you how to see all of your projects. So go to Convex and then just login. And you will see this projects window. So I'm going to delete one of them. So I'm going to delete this, for example. And now that I have only 4 projects, I can go ahead and run this again. I will select to create a new project. This is the project name. And now it's going to download all of the files. It created .env.local files. And now our Convex functions are ready. So if I go into my new project, this is the data that we have. It's currently empty. We can create tables manually, but we will not do it like this. There are files, like we can upload images, videos, everything, all of the files here. Functions, I will show you functions. This is basically functions that allow us to query the data, push the data into the database, etc. All of your console logs in these functions are going to appear here. And schedules are like cron jobs and like scheduling something to happen, like, for example, every 30 days, renew the subscription. And that's our backend setup. It's so easy. Next, we're going to set up authentication with Clerk. So if I go to clerk.com, you can read about it. This is their landing page. But instead, we will Google Convex and Clerk setup. So we will go here to Convex docs. So first we will go to clerk.com and create an account. I already have one. And then I will go to my dashboard. I will create a new app, and I will call it Next.js 14 or Next 14-ChatGPT. And I will enable email signups and Google signups. You can enable any of these. It's so easy. And then we will create the application. As a next step, you will copy these 2 keys, API keys, and go to your code. And here you will have .env.local. This is one of the files Convex created, and paste it down below. If we scroll down on Convex page, we need to create a JWT template. So we will go to Clerk and JWT templates, and we will say New Template, click Convex. Now don't change the name, because actually I think you can change the name, but I'm not sure, so just don't. And then save changes. And now if we go here to this Convex, later we will copy this issuer URL, but this is set up for now. It's important that this AUD is Convex, or whatever it is, you need to remember it and know it. Yeah, it says do not rename the JWT token, it must be called Convex. I think it doesn't have to, but it's a lot easier if it's just called Convex. Below that, we will create a new file, convex/auth-config.ts. So here you already have Convex folder, and create a new file, auth.config.ts, and go back and just copy this code, and then go here and paste it. Now this is your domain. It's gonna say your issuer URL, so we will go back to Clerk, and we will copy the issuer URL, and we will paste it here. And I think we need to add the trailing slash. So application ID is Convex, so this must be the same as this AUD. So that's why I think you shouldn't just rename it. Let me just, I think it was already saved, but I saved it already anyways, and here I'm gonna save this as well. So right now we are setting up the authentication, so instead of programming our own authentication from scratch, we're gonna have it in only a few minutes. Now I recommend that you leave npx convex dev running all the time, so I'm gonna interrupt it here. So this command, you should have it running all the time for the real-time updates to happen. And besides that, I also have npm run dev running all the time right here. So these two terminals are permanent, and then we're gonna need another terminal for something else. So now let's go ahead and install these Clerk packages. So I will start a new terminal right here, and I will just paste it. While that's downloading, we can scroll down. So we already pasted the API keys from Clerk into our env file. So now let's add the providers to our website, so we have authentication at our website. I actually don't like doing it this way, the way they recommend it, but we will create a custom component instead. In our code, I will click at any of the outside files, and I will create a new file, and I will name it providers/convex-client provider.tsx. So this will create a folder providers inside this file. And first we will start with use client. So in Next.js, this will execute our code on client. You need this if you are using hooks and states and stuff. Below that, we will define interface. It will be called convex client provider props, and it will have children. That's going to be react.react-node. This one. And then below that, we're going to say const convex URL. That's going to be process.env.next_public_convex_URL. So just to confirm, let's go to our env local, and it should be this one. So I can copy it and paste it here as well. So right now we are trying to make a connection to Convex and establish our authentication, connection between authentication and Convex. Const convex is going to be new convex react client, and then convex URL as a prop, but we will import this from convex/react. But it's saying that this can be undefined, so we will just put exclamation mark to assert it's not undefined, and just make sure it's here so it's not undefined. Below that, we will say export const convex client provider equals, and then open this object that's gonna have children and give it a type of convex client provider props. This is the interface that we defined. And then that's gonna be arrow function, and then open body and say return. And now we need to wrap the entire application with clerk provider, import from here. So this is our clerk provider. And I'm gonna say after sign up URL, we're gonna push the client to /sign-up. So after they sign up, we're gonna push them to this route. We're gonna make this route in our website. Inside, we're gonna say convex provider with clerk. And then we're gonna say use auth. That's gonna be equal to use auth. And that's gonna be from clerk React. And then client will be equal to convex that we defined. And then close this. Inside we're gonna say auth loading, import this one. We're gonna say component loading. This is the custom component that we will create as this is loading. And then below we're gonna say authenticated. It's this one. We're gonna render children. So if the user is if the authenticated user is visiting our app, we will also have unauthenticated, and we're also gonna render children, but we're gonna put rules in place so unauthenticated users can visit only certain pages. So we will render children, we will render those pages, but they will not be able to visit some pages at all. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't know why this is throwing an error and this component wasn't made yet. So let's go back to our app, and I'm gonna go to layout here, and inside of the body tag, we're gonna make some space, and here we will say convex client provider. That's our new component, and we will just close it, and then we will put this around children. So I'm not sure why my website isn't compiling, so I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna press Control. Yeah, so sometimes it just bugs, so you need to either interrupt it or you just need to press any key, I think. So we're gonna just run it again. So right now it's at least working, but let's also create this loading component, or actually, let me just completely comment this first. I did it by pressing Control-K, Control-C, and you can uncomment by pressing Control-K, Control-U. And guys, it's actually so crazy, I managed to solve the bug. So it looks like Clerk changed in the last couple of days. So we need to install this package. Install Clerk Next.js, not React. So go ahead and install that package. We already have the keys in our env local, and below that we will scroll below. Actually, first let's go to our Convex client provider, and instead of this one, import from clerk /Next.js like this and save, and now there should be no more errors. And if I go to my localhost page, it's gonna redirect me to this sign in. So let me sign in with Google. I'm gonna continue with this account. And now we have successfully signed in into our page. And we can see our front page. So in ChatGPT, actually, we don't need to sign in to see the actual chat page. We don't need to be signed in. So we're gonna create so that some routes at our page, you don't need to be signed in. So let's return to Clerk documentation, and here we're gonna make this middleware.ts file, and we will copy just this code. Middleware TS should be outside of everything, so just click some file outside and create a new file, middleware.ts. This is a reserved name in Next.js, and we will just paste this code. So public routes, anyone can visit this route. So let me say a home route, and for now ignore routes. We're also gonna I think we're gonna let this to be empty for now. The difference between public routes and ignore routes is that public routes are still checking if you are signed in or not, but you can access them if you are signed out, and ignore routes are not checking at all if you are signed in or not. So if I go to a private browser where I'm not signed in, I can access localhost 3000, but if I try to access about, it's gonna prompt me to log in because that's not a public route. Let's now quickly commit everything to GitHub, git add dot, git commit auth and convex, and git push -u origin main. Let's now quickly return to app layout TSX, and here we can change title and description of our page. So I'm gonna say ChatGPT Clone, generated by Create Next App, Chat with AI. That's gonna change our tab header right here. Now let's implement this loading component. So I'm gonna uncomment this by pressing Ctrl-K, Ctrl-U. So when somebody is authenticating and it's loading the page, we should display this component. So let me go here, and in app, actually outside of the app, I'm gonna click some file and say new file, components /auth /loading.tsx. And this will create this components folder, this folder, and inside loading tsx component, export const loading arrow function, like this, and then open body and say return, and we will make a main tag, and we're gonna say flex. Oh no, inside of the class body, this is Tailwind CSS here, we're gonna say flex -call w-full height -full items center justify center bg-neutral -800. It's this color. So if you don't have this extension for Tailwind CSS, just go to the extensions here and search for Tailwind CSS and install it. Also, I recommend these React Redux, React Native snippets. And inside of this main component, we're gonna say image, import this one from next/image. We're gonna give it some props that are source, that's gonna be under quotes logo, SVG, but there must be slash in the beginning. I will explain why. So this slash, this is gonna look into our public folder, and here we're gonna put that logo, and I'm gonna show you how to put that logo. So we're gonna go to logoipsum.com, and we will pick any logo. I will scroll down and choose this logo. I'm just gonna click to copy. So I think you cannot use this in production, but these are just good for like development. So in public, I'm gonna say a new file logo.svg and open it and just paste this code. That's it, save it. So this will look into our public. And then when you say /logo svg, it must be, this file must be inside of our public folder. Alt will be logo. Let's say width 200. Height 200, class name, animate-pulse, and duration, let's say this one 700. Let's now, we can like self-close this tag and save this. So if I go to our local host, we need to import this component in our provider. So here I'm gonna place my cursor to the end and say control space, and then import this one, save. So this should work. This is the authentication window, and then it's loading. So let me try again. So this is now it's loading, and then we have this high. Now this is not at the center of the screen, and the way we can fix that is go to our so we just go to our code and control P, we can search for globals.css. So that's inside of app folder if you want to find it manually. So make some space here and say column root, comma body, comma HTML, open brackets and say height 100%, like this. So if I save this, it's still not in the middle of the page, so I'm gonna press F12 to debug this. I'm gonna take this and then just hover over this. Yeah, this is, I think, the main element doesn't have height full because this is the whole main element. So let's go back to our code, and in loading TSX right here, does main element does have height full. So I'm gonna, instead of this main element, I'm gonna change background to red. Let's save it. Let's see what background. Is it actually like this high, only this high, or is it over the whole page? And I wanna just show you this debugging process. So this is weird because I changed the background of this main to red, but when I refresh, it's not red. So it tells me that this component isn't being looked at even. So I'm gonna go here again and say, this loading, where is it imported from? It's exactly that component. So if I press F12, we will go here. I don't understand why this is not working. So let me delete all of this. Let me see if this will throw an error here. Yeah, it should throw an error. So if I say div and I say just some letters, whatever, is it gonna, if I refresh, it's gonna show those letters. So if I go back, we have flex less width height full item center. If I refresh again, the background is not red for some reason. Okay guys, I managed to solve this bug. It was actually a bug with Next.js, I think, because it should have worked. So what I did is, well, I tried to refresh this a bunch of times, and it was never like in the center, and there was no red color as I adjusted it. So I made a new file here in app, about, and then underscore components, and then loading TSX. And I copied all of the code from this into this loading TSX here, but the difference is that this is inside of app folder, and this one is not inside of app folder. So, and then I went to the Convex provider, I deleted this import, and I imported from this new app folder, and then I refreshed and it worked. And then I deleted this import again, and I imported the old one, the same one from components, auth loading, and then it worked. So it was just a bug with Next.js or something, I'm not sure, but this should have worked the first time. I didn't make anything else. So this is how you can fix it. And at the end, we don't want red background, we actually want a white background. So I think background white, and then I'm gonna go here and refresh, and then it's pulsing while it's loading, and then it's loaded. So just a quick note. Here we have app, about, and then slash component or underscore components. Folders with underscore are going to be ignored in your routes. So this is not a route. This app is about is a route, but about slash underscore components is not a route because this has underscore. And you're gonna keep your components in these underscore folders. And for each kind of route, you're gonna have a separate underscore components folder for each route, so you can organize it. Those components are used for that route only. But global components that are going to be used in multiple routes, we can keep them in this separate components folder. Now let's start with creating a sidebar. So inside of our components, we will create a new file. It's going to be sidebar slash index.tsx. And when you have index.tsx inside of sidebar, let me show you. So the way we import for example, this loading TSX is we say components auth loading TSX here, components auth loading TSX. But when you have index.tsx, you're going to import this sidebar differently. It's going to be just components sidebar. And then since sidebar is actually a folder and you are importing a folder, it's going to look at if this folder has index.tsx file. And then it's going to import that file. So I will show you. Let's go into index.tsx file. So we will just display something. So export const sidebar arrow function, and then return, let me say div and sidebar, and then exclamation mark. Then we want to import this sidebar component onto our page. So we will go here into app, and as you remember, app is the route of our page. And so inside of this app, there is this page tsx file. So everything inside of this page tsx will be displayed on our root, but text is white and background is white. So let's actually delete this page tsx file, and it's going to throw an error here. So we're going to create a new file inside of app. We're going to say in brackets home page, and then slash page.tsx. So an interesting thing is these folders in brackets are also ignored by the router. So this page tsx, it's as if it's in this app directly folder. So this homepage is going to be ignored by the router. The difference between this and underscore components is everything inside of underscore components is ignored. So if I make page tsx here, if I make different routes, different folders, everything will be ignored. But here I can make different routes, about to /page.tsx, and this will be about to, this will be a route. This will be skipped, but this will be a route. So I'm going to have /about to route here. So these are called organizational folders, and they are just for organization. So so instead of placing this page tsx directly in the app, I'm gonna make it here so I know it's home page. Currently, we just wanna say const. Let me close this const home page. That's gonna be equal to arrow function, and then we're gonna say return div home page exclamation mark. Now besides this home page, we want to add a new file, and on the same level call it layout.tsx. Layouts are basically just organizational files. So this layout file will receive this page file as children, and all of the, if we have any other folders and files inside, so for example if we have about /page.tsx, all of these inside also routes are going to be, all of them are going to go through this layout and this page. So the way we set up this layout, everything inside will be displayed. So we will put our sidebar inside of this layout, and so this page will have that sidebar and everything inside will have that sidebar. First we will go ahead in the layout and say interface chat layout props. So we will just receive children. So these are all of the like pages and everything that are surrounded by this layout. So this is a content of the page that we load. I will explain if you don't understand. It will be clear, more clear. So we're gonna export default function chat layout, and inside we will destructure children and give it type chat layout props, and open these brackets and return, and then main. Inside we're gonna say sidebar and import our sidebar, as I explained. So as you can see, it's components/sidebar. There is no index.tsx or just /index, but once we create header inside of sidebar, we're gonna import it like this, the header, as different files. But index, you just import the folder when you have index.tsx. And then below this sidebar, we're gonna say just render children. And in order for this to work, we will go into this page. I think this should work. Oh, okay, so there is nothing here. Let me just load this. And we forgot to, the default export is not a React component in page. So at our root page, so it's gonna be inside of this organizational component. This, we don't have export default home page like this. And let me put these I like just doing it, but you don't need to put these semicolons at the end. So here, as it loads, we have sidebar and we have home page. So let me once more explain this layout. So that basically this layout is like a file, and it's gonna receive children. Children are gonna be the page that we currently load. So if the route of this page, if it's contained inside of these routes that are covered by this layout, so either this page or any route inside, is going to be passed through this layout. And inside of this layout, we can divide it like this. So we can render whatever we want like this, and then we're also going to render all of the children of that actual route. And then all of this will be added to every route, every page contained in this layout that this layout covers. So this sidebar will be added to every page inside of that this layout covers. Now let's make this sidebar actually on the side and then home page to the right. So in the layout TSX, we're gonna add some class names to the main. It's gonna be a flex, age-full, age, height-full, and text-white. We're gonna save this. And inside of div, we're gonna add a class name that says age-full and w-full. So we need this. And now you can see that we have sidebar, and next to it we have a home page. If we go to inspect element, if I hover over, this is the sidebar and this is the home page. And now let's start editing this sidebar. So just go to this sidebar and press F12, and we will start editing this. So the sidebar, let me add semicolons. I like adding them here. The sidebar is going to have three things. It's going to have a new chat button. And actually, let me just write it like this. New chat button. And then it's going to have a chat list, and it's going to have upgrade plan button. Upgrade plan button. If I save this, it's currently displayed like this, so let's make it a bit better. So inside of this div, we're gonna pass in a new class name, age-full, hidden, LG column flex. So hidden is a display that the sidebar will not be visible, and so this starts from mobiles, from smallest screens. So by default, on the smallest screens, this will not be visible. We will have a sidebar that comes from the side, but on large screens, this will be flex. So let me see what it looks like. This is actually funny because I'm not sure if this is another bug. So because as I scale down the screen, this should disappear. Not only that, I think, yeah, I just set it to hidden. So if I completely set this to hidden, why is it still showing? Is this a bug? So let me try to restart this. This should not be showing at all. But we will fix this as we go. So let me go back here. Make sure to have age-full, which I deleted, and then hidden, and then LG flex, so it's going to be displayed on large screens. LG, and then width dash will be 300 pixels. 300 pixels. Besides that, we will have background dash neutral dash 950. This is the color that I picked. And we will have padding of 4 and flex dash call. Flex dash call. But I think I'm also gonna put this here like this, so on large screens. And now if I save it, now this will not actually be ordered in columns because this is just plain text, so we don't have any tags. This column flex call works only on tags. Let's start with creating a new chat button. So I'm gonna put this into a component and I'm gonna make it self-closed. So inside of the sidebar, we're gonna make a new file and it's gonna be new-chat button .tsx, and we will say export const new chat button, but it's gonna be new like this, and that's gonna be arrow function, and we will use a button, but we will not import it from anywhere. We need to install this. So I will go here to ShadCN installation and I will go to Next.js. We will get all of these. ShadCN is basically a collection of components that you can use and they get copy pasted into your code. So for example, this button, you get code for it pasted into your code. This is not an API library. You have complete control over this code. So I'm gonna go to Next.js and I will copy this code. npx shadcn-ui at latest init, new terminal, and paste it. And while that's loading or downloading, we can take a look at all of these kind of components that we have here. So for example, button is what we will use. Also card. I think we will not use card this time, or we will, I forgot. Maybe we will, but this component. And then, for example, dialog. This is a very often used component. I think we will use dialog here for like subscription. Form. Input. We're gonna use input. So we're gonna be, so if you wanna download any of these components, we will just copy this code and then import it from add components UI and input, for example. Let's set up our initialization of ShadCN. So I'm gonna choose neutral as the base color, yes to CSS variables, and just wait for a bit. And now that it's installed, we will just go here and copy this using npm, this command to add input, paste it. But, well, I'm gonna wait for this to install, but what I should have done is I should do it like this, and then I should just say button, dialog, alert. I also want sonar. I want avatar, checkbox, and drawer. You can go ahead and check what all of these does. So for example, drawer, or actually no, we don't want drawer. We want this sheet that comes from the side. So instead of drawer, we're gonna say sheet. And I'm gonna copy this command and I will paste it here and then execute it. It's gonna download all of these. So for example, sonar, if you're wondering, it's just like this notification. Let's go back to our code and button. Let's import button from components, UI button. Don't import like radix or some other button, import this one. Let's now give some styles to this button. So I'm gonna say class name. This is gonna have full width, flex, justify start, items center. let's actually end with class names here. I want to first show what the button will even look like. So we're going to say pulse, not pulse, plus circle from Lucid icons. So this is going to be a new chat button. And then we're going to make a paragraph and say new chat and square pen from Lucid icons. So if I go here and if I maximize this, well, we first need to go back into our index.tsx of sidebar and import this new chat button. And it's going to, it doesn't have any interfaces. I also forgot to return. So this needs to be in a return statement, this button, and save it. And this is what we got now. We want to make it better looking. So in the so first let's continue with these elements, class names of buttons. So after item center, we're going to have bg-inherit, hover, bg-inherit, and padding of 0. Let's save it. Now background is white because it's inheriting white, so let's fix that. Well, first thing I completely messed up is I misspelled components. So I'm going to move all of this into actual components. And I'm going to delete this components file. The other thing that happens is I think as we installed ShadCN, it removed our global CSS edits. So we're going to go here and say root, and then HTML, and then body, and then height 100%. And now, believe it or not, everything works. The only problem is it's white background. So let me show you something. I think I figured out everything. So in the homepage, page TSX, our homepage, we're going to say bg-neutral dash, let's put it at 800. And if we save this, we're going to have it like this also. I think height full. Let's set height to full. And now, as I was explaining the sidebar problem, it seems to be fixed. So now if the screen is smaller, it's going to disappear on mobiles and smaller screens, but it's going to appear on desktops. Now, just for editing purposes, I'm going to remove this hidden so I can see it even if the screen is this small. The problem we have now is since I removed the components folder, now I need to fix the imports. So I think here components, components like this, yes, just save. And I think that should be it. Okay, it works. Let's go back to the new chat button. So this plus circle, we're gonna add a class name and we will say width 5 and height of 5. And then this P, we're gonna say class name font dash semi bold, text dash start, ML dash 3. If I save this, and also we will on square pen, we're gonna say class name, and it's gonna be width 4, height 4, and ML auto. So it's gonna go to the end here. So this is our new chat button. Now let's set up creating a new chat. For that, we will go into our Convex folder here, and we will create a new file, and it will be named schema.ts. So this is going to be, we're going to define our database tables here. So we will have 3 tables, but let's start by saying export default, it's define schema, and we should be able to import that. I don't know why we are not, but let's now continue with the first table, users, and that's gonna be define table. I think the reason it's not recommending these things to us is we need to run npx convex dev. And while this is running, let's start defining our users. Let's continue defining this. So we're gonna have a token identifier, and that's gonna be v.string. Token identifier is just our authentication, our identifier from Clerk, yeah. And then model, if the user is gonna use like GPT-3 or GPT-4, we're gonna say v.union, and then we're gonna say v.literal, and we're gonna say GPT-3.5-turbo -1106. This is the latest version of this model, as I remember. And we're gonna say comma after this literal, we're gonna make a new literal again, and that will be GPT-4. Let me just say properly, GPT-4 0125 preview. So the user will be able to choose between these two, but it will also depend on if they have the subscription. And let me explain. So v.union, v is for validating the data types of Convex. So v.union means either this one or this one will be the type. So we have data types as string. Literal means like this literal word. So this is like it can be either this or this because we have a union. And now let's import these files. So we're gonna say import define schema, comma, define table from convex/server. Below that, we're gonna import v from convex/values. And this should be a comma, not a semicolon. Below users, we will define, actually we will also have a few more. So ends on, this is when the subscription ends on, and that's gonna be v.optional. It's gonna be v.number. This is gonna be number in milliseconds of the date when the subscription ends. So user will have a GPT-4 subscription if they decide to pay. And then subscription ID, that's gonna be v.optional and v.string. And that should be it for user. Now let's define okay, so if we want to be able to query this by, for example, token. So for example, we have a user token. We want to get like user, the whole object by just having the token. To do that, we're gonna create like index. And index is gonna be named by token. And then comma, we're gonna say, just pass in the field. It's gonna be this token identifier. Below that, we will create a new index, so .index again, and we're gonna say by subscription ID, because once we are updating subscription, we need to find like this user with this specific subscription that we are trying to update that got purchased. And that should be it. If I press comma here, I can define the next table. So the next table will be chats. And we're gonna say define table. We're gonna pass in object, so it's gonna be user ID, v.id, and that's gonna be of type users, comma, title. That's gonna be just v.string. So each chat is going to have a accompanying user. So this is a one-to-many relations. So one user can have many chats. And the best way to do one-to-many relations in Convex is to have these, like, where there is many things, to have a field pointing back to the one thing, the user. So each chat will have a thing pointing, ID of the user pointing back to the user. And we will create one index. The index is going to be by user ID. So if we have user ID, we want to retrieve chats. And the field we will sort by is user ID. That should be it. We're just going to save these two. We're going to add one more messages later. As you save them, you see that they will automatically be updated in your schema, in your Convex website. And if there is an error, it's going to be thrown here in this CMD that we are running npx convex dev at. So here on Convex dev website, we have two of these tables, chats and users, and we can add document manually, but we will actually do this programmatically. In order to add a new chat programmatically, we will go to Convex, and we will, next to schema, we will create a new file, chats.ts. So here we will define functions for adding new chat, getting chats, listing all chats, getting a specific chat, etc. So export const create, and we're gonna say mutation. So you're gonna use mutations to like import things into the Convex, like import table entries. So first we're going to define arguments that we will pass. So we don't need to pass any arguments because the way the chat only has user ID and title. And the title, when we press the button, the title will be new chat, and we will get user ID by like a currently logged in user. So we don't need to pass any of these. But we will still pass in empty array as arguments, because if we pass in, it's going to perform some validation still, even if it's empty array. And then we're going to say handler. So handler is basically the function that we are going to execute here. So the function is going to be async, and we're going to have context and args. That's going to be arrow function. So let's real quick go ahead and import this mutation. So import mutation, and that's going to be from, it's going to be underscore generate, it's going to be actually a dot slash underscore generated slash server. Okay, now inside of the handler, first thing we will do is we will identify if the user is logged in. So const identity is going to be equal to await context.auth .get user identity, and invoke this. So then we're going to say if not identity, we will throw new error called create chat without logged in user. This shouldn't happen ever, but if it happens, we have this safety layer. Below that, we will now say const user. We need to get this user, the currently logged in user, from the database, so we can get its the user's ID. That's going to be equal to await context.database, and then we can say dot query. But I'm going to push this dot query in a new line, so it's like it looks it's more organized. And the first argument is which table, so users, and that's it. So we're going to say dot with index, and as you remember, we made index by token. And so we're going to pass in which token. So just to remind you, so we have a user. we have this token identifier inside of this identity of the currently logged in user. And we will use this token identifier to get the whole object, so we're gonna get the ID. Now, the ID of this user is not defined in this table, it's automatically added. So when we get some users here, we're gonna have like ID of the user automatically added. Back in the chats, we have this queue object, and then we're gonna say arrow function queue dot equals, and then pass in token identifier, and then that's gonna be equal to identity dot token identifier. So this is just we defined the query, but we need to actually like execute the query. So we can say collect, but collect will execute and collect all of the users, which is sometimes good, but we're gonna say .unique because there should be only one user, and with this like token identifier, if there isn't, we want this unique to throw the error to say something is wrong. Why are there multiple users with unique identifier? Okay, so it could also be possible that user is equal to null, that there is no user in the database with this unique identifier, which actually would happen right now because I am logged in. This will be true, but there is no users in our database. So right now it would return null. So if user is equal to null, we're gonna say throw error user not found. Okay, and then const chat ID is equal to await. Now we're just gonna add a new chat to the database, and this function that we are using to add the new chat is gonna return chat ID once it adds new chat to the database. So ID will be automatically auto-generated. So context, so we are awaiting context dot database dot insert chats. So inside of chats, we're gonna insert the following. We're gonna give it object user ID is gonna be equal, no, not equal, column user dot and this ID object, and then comma title will be just a string new chat. So we will be able to rename this title later. And let's finish with this. And at the end, I just want to return chat ID. I don't think I'm using this chat ID for anything, but let's just return. So this is our mutation, our function that's adding a new chat to the database. The way we want to invoke this, so let's go to our new chat button, and here we're gonna say, for example, const add, or let's say create. That's gonna be equal to mutate or mutation from this, and then we're gonna pass in API import from this convex generate API dot chats dot create. So here we will define our like mutation, and then if we want to invoke, if we want to create, then we need to say for example const handle click or handle add, let's say. That's gonna be arrow function, and we will say create, and there is no arguments we need to pass. I think we need to pass in empty array like this. There are a few things we need to set up here. So first, this mutation can be executed in use client component, and also I made a bit of a mistake. This is not mutation. We don't need mutation. It's actually use mutation from Convex React, and now it will work. So now if I just go here and say on click, so this button on click, we just invoke this, I think it already saved. So if I go ahead and click this, we have an error. User not found. Okay, so it worked. The only problem is, as I said, there is nobody in our user, so it cannot create a chat. So let's now make it so that when user logs in, signs up, it adds the user to this table. There are many ways we can do that, but if you remember here in our providers, I set after sign up URL to be /signup. So we're gonna make this route /signup. So I'm gonna go to app and add a new file, signup/page.tsx. So user will be redirected here, and we will automatically, from this route, whoever enters this route, we will add them to the database. And only people that are signing up will enter here, so that will work out. We will say or just const sign up arrow function return, and let me just use the same loading screen from components auth loading, but I need to encapsulate it like this. So while user is getting added, we will just show this loading for a moment. And so let's actually add the user with simply using use effect hook. Use effect from React. So that's gonna be arrow function inside, and const store user data. It's gonna be async function, arrow function, open body, and say if is authenticated. Then we're gonna say try. I will just use this try catch block. Await store user. Just store user, like don't accidentally put store user data. This is separate function. And so store user. And then after the user is stored, we're just gonna router.push router with small r. Oh my god, what's happening? Router.push to home page. So if after it stores user, we will just push him to that home page. And if there is an error, we're gonna say console.log error. Okay, and then we wanna invoke this function inside of use effects. So as soon as the component mounts, we're gonna invoke this function. It's gonna check if user is authenticated, and that's it. So we're gonna add some dependencies here. Those are gonna be is authenticated, store user, and router. Now let's start defining these things. So if we wanna first of all use effect, we need to make this a client component. So use client. Besides that, we're gonna say const is authenticated. We're gonna destructure this from use convex auth invoke. Below that, we're gonna say const store user. That's gonna be use mutation again. We're gonna use a mutation. So this is just for the authentication, and we're gonna use mutation that we will code to store the user into a database. So API import .users .store. We don't have none of this. We don't have this file. We don't have this function, but let's do this for now. Const router. It's gonna be use router. This is very important. From next/navigation, not next/router. This is for our app router. Okay, so the only thing that's missing, so right now the user should be redirected to this page. We just need to export default sign up. So user signs up, gets redirected here. This executes automatically as the page loads, and it's gonna store the user, check if he's authenticated, and store him into the database. After that, it's gonna push to the home page. Otherwise, throw an error if there is an error. And while all of that is happening, we will just display the same loading state. It's gonna last for 1-2 seconds at most. So now let's just define our user store method in our Convex files. So we're gonna just copy this name, and let's go to Convex here, and then make a new file, users.ts, and here we will say export const store. That's gonna be a mutation from generated server, and then pass in object. Args will be empty array or empty object, and then handler. That's gonna be async, and it's gonna get in context. We don't need arguments because we will not be using arguments for anything. I think we don't need arguments so if I go back to chat, we are not using arguments anywhere, so we don't need to like pass it into handler. And so here, inside of this handler, we're gonna say const identity. You always wanna check if user is logged in. So await context.auth.get user identity, and then if not identity, we're gonna say throw, just a second, throw new error called store user without authenticated user. Okay, so there is a bit of what's happening here. Let me just see for a moment. Throw new error. We need to put this into brackets like this. Okay, below if we will check if user is already stored. This function is actually funny because we can also get this, use this function to return the current user ID, the ID in the database of the currently logged in user. And if there is no currently logged in, like if this user doesn't have ID, we can just create one. So we're gonna say const user is await context.database .query. Doesn't need to be in a new line. And then we're gonna query users, and then we're gonna say with index, and then we're gonna say by token, and then we're gonna pass in like q arrow function q dot equals, and then token identifier will be equal to identity dot token identifier, and then under that dot unique. So this will execute this string, this query, and return user. If it's not unique user, is gonna throw an error. So let me just put this in a new line here, so it's more, it's easier to see. And so this is gonna be user, but this can also be null if there is no user. So we're gonna say if user is different from null, then we will return user.id. So we can get user ID this way, or we can return user, whatever. So we can use this function everywhere in the code when we need currently logged in ID. But besides that, we're gonna say const user ID. So we need to save a user, and as I said, when you save a user into Convex database, it will return ID of that new entry. So we will say await context database insert user, or not chats, users, and pass in object. So token identifier will be identity dot token identifier, and model we will set it to GPT. It must be this one. So as you can see, we made 2 literals, so it's going to be like these 2 literals, these 2 strings. So it must be one of these, and that is it. We just save this, and what we will do is we will also create a new chat. So our website will work in such a way that if the user is on home page, we will just find a chat or create a new chat and send into the chat. So user will do nothing on the home page. User will do things on /chat/chat ID. So we want to immediately create a new chat as we are storing the user. So await ctx context.database.insert chats and pass in user ID and title. That's gonna be a new chat. And we will just return user ID. And this is the function that stores the user or returns the user ID. And I think this also works. So I think if I just go to /signup, it should immediately add me to this here. Yep, and then it should redirect me here to localhost. And we have model, user, creation time. And now since we will make it so that we cannot change this model unless we have a subscription, and we will add subscription later. And chat, we have this new chat. So next, let's go to this. Let's first list all of the chats. Or actually, let's just go to this chat, like create a page and go to this chat. So let's test our new chat button. So if I click 1, 2, 3 times, there is 3 new chats in our database. What we will do next is, instead of this chat list, we will just go and retrieve all of the chats and display it here instead of this chat list. So we will go to our components, sidebar, and make a new file, chat-list.tsx. This will be const, it will be export, const chat list, arrow function, const chats, that's gonna be use query, and this is the new thing we are using from Convex React. So we will say API dot chats dot list. So we don't have this yet defined. So what query will do is it will just return all of the chats here. And one important difference between query and mutation is whenever there is an update in the database, it will automatically return that new update back into our client. So as soon as we add a new chat, this query will update and return the chat list again and populate with the updated chat list. So you can also define like this querying inside of a mutation. But as the database updates, mutation will not like automatically update inside of client when new chats are created, but query will. So use mutation for storing data, and it's made for storing data, and query for querying data, retrieving data from database. Now let's code this list. So I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna go to Control-P and chats.ts. And I think I will just go below and say export const list. So the list is going to be equal to query, import from this server, and then we're going to pass in object. Args will be empty, object, and then a handler, and that's going to be async. And we will get in context, arrow function, open body, context, identity, it's gonna be await context dot auth dot get current user, get user identity. So we are checking for user identity, and then if not identity, I will just speed through this because you already know. Throw new error called list chats without logged in user. Okay, and then below that const user we need to actually get the currently logged in user. So await, because we need to get the ID of the currently logged in user. And that ID is only in the database. So we need to get the user by user token, and then we check that ID to find all of the chats connected to that ID. So we're gonna query, and then we're gonna say users, and we're gonna say dot with index by token, and then we're gonna say q arrow new line if you want, q dot equals token identifier, that's gonna be equal to identity dot token identifier. Now this user will be the currently logged in user. We just must not forget to execute this. So dot unique, so it should return a unique user. If user is equal to null, throw new error user not found. Okay, let's go below and say return, and now we can say context.database, and we just want to return list of chats. So dot query chats with index by user ID, and then comma q. Okay, so we're gonna say user ID is gonna be equal to user dot ID. And before I explain, we're just gonna say collect. So we're gonna collect all of the chats. This is not unique. Each user will have multiple chats. So let me explain. We're gonna return a list of chats. This is how we will get list of chats. The criteria we will get list of chats with is, so we will search query chats where by user ID index. We define that index here in our chats table, index by user ID by field user ID. So we will say where user ID, this field user ID that we defined, is going to be equal to this user ID that's currently logged in user. So this will return the chats of the currently logged in user. So here, let me just show you. So user has his own ID, and chats have user ID. So each of these chats is made by the same user, so they have all same ID. Now let's go back to our chat list. So we are going to now this is gonna be a bit maybe confusing, so we're gonna say const, and we will destructure chat ID from use params, and we're gonna use params from next/navigation. I will explain all of this, it will be 100% clear. And then we will give it type. The type will be object chat ID, which will be ID, import from here, data model of chats, close this type, and just here put these brackets. So as I said, each chat will be at /chat/chat ID. So we're gonna use this use params to get this ID of the chat. And the way we will get this ID of the chat, this is actually very important. This is going to be a dynamic page. So this is gonna be dynamic URL. So let's first create this chat and then this dynamic chat. So in app, we're gonna create a new file, or that is folders and files. So the first folder is gonna be chat / and then for dynamic route, we're gonna say chat ID. And so this chat ID will be the name of the variable that we can get from our URL. So if we use this use params, we can get this chat ID variable, which is gonna be this chat ID here. So and then let's say /page tsx. So let me just quickly show you this. So if I just say const chat and arrow function, and I say this, and then we say return, this is chat, and at the end we just export default chat default. This should work, so let me save both of, although this is gonna throw an error. So if I go now to my page and I say /chat / whatever, this is the dynamic route, it should load. And as you can see, this loaded because this is chat. So whatever I put here, this is a dynamic route, but this must be exactly chat. If I change this, it's gonna say 404 not found. So since our chats will be on /chat/chat ID, we can get this chat ID from the URL by using this. We can extract chat ID from use parameters, but we need to pass in the object, the type of this, like use parameter, type of the parameter. So that's gonna be like this. It's gonna have chat ID property, and that's gonna be type of ID chat. So I could have said string, but this is different from ID chats. This is just going to look at actual chats that we have inside our database, and if there is no chat with this ID, it's going to throw an error. So this is even more type safe. Let's continue below this chat ID. Now that we got chat ID from our URL, we're going to say if chats is equal to undefined, we're going to say return div loading. So these chats use query from Convex can only be undefined if it's still retrieving the data. But if this chats is empty array or it's null, then it's just gonna be like null. So if I think I did not check for chats to be null because it's gonna be an empty array if it doesn't exist. So, but if this was like a value, you can also say if this is null, you can say chats not found. But I think if it's null, I'm not sure, I forgot how my code works, but I think if there is no chats, it will create one automatically, so it will never be null. Okay, now let's return. And one important thing is these query, like use query, these hooks, React hooks, cannot be used after some if or inside of some if, because then they are conditionally rendered. So they cannot be conditionally rendered. They always need to be at the top, like this. And if it happens that, for example, you need to get ID of user, so for example, const user ID is equal to use query, etc. And then you need to also get something by user ID. So something, but you need to pass in this user ID that you got from use query. You cannot do it like this because you need to execute them all at the same time. So if you need user ID for something else, then inside of this function, inside of this like function, you need to get the user ID of the currently logged in user like this. So everything that you need in this function must be executed inside of this function. You cannot like execute one and then use that to execute the other. All of the hooks must be executed at the same time. And after we define the loading state, while this is loading, let me just delete this. So while chats are loading, it's gonna say loading, but when they are loaded, we're gonna say div, and we're gonna say chats.map. We're gonna map each of them. So we're gonna get a chat, one chat, and then actually we need normal brackets here, and we're gonna just say, let me just for now say chat dot I think name or title, and let's see why this is behaving weirdly. This should be in like JSX component, I'm pretty sure. So this should be inside of a JSX component. And also each component should have a key property. So that's gonna be chat.id. So let's actually go back to our home page. And now there should be a list of chats. But we need to import this component into our sidebar. So let's go to index.tsx. We're going to delete this and we will import this component. From here, I just pressed Control Space if it doesn't recommend you to open these recommendations. And if I save now, it should show me all of the chats here. We need to, okay. So I think we need to go here and add use client at the top, because as I said, these React hooks, like this one, this is using the context API, I'm pretty sure, create context, and so it must have this use client. So okay, now we have all of the new chats. So if I go here, and let's say title of this one, I say hello world. I change title, I save, it will automatically change here to hello world. I want to quickly add everything to GitHub now. Chat list, create, user store. Now let's add some styling to these chat boxes. So inside of this div, we are gonna actually say class name, flex, or no, sorry. We're gonna say first class name inside of this parent div. So flex dash call, flex 1, so it expands to the bottom and pushes this upgrade plan button. So this flex 1 will expand inside of in this column direction, so vertical. Overflow dash y dash auto. I think this should be it if I save this. I think the reason it's not expanding is that this is plain text. So if I put this into p tags, I'm not sure if this will expand. Maybe it will not still. We'll see this later. I want this button to be pushed to the bottom, but we will check that later. So here, instead of showing this in a div, like each chat, we will actually delete this and we're gonna say chat box. And then key, that's gonna be equal to chat.id. And then chat, that's gonna be equal to chat. And we don't have this component yet, but we will define it. And then selected, it's gonna be equal to chat.id equal or triple equal to chat ID. And this will be a self-closing tag. So we need to know if this chat is selected, is currently loaded, this particular, because we want to make the background a bit different so we know which chat we are currently at. And the way we will check if this is selected is if ID of this particular box is equal to the ID in the URL. And now let's create this chat box. So I'm going to save this for a moment. It's going to throw an error, but here in the sidebar, we're going to say chat-box.tsx export const chat box arrow function. Before we do this arrow function, we will get some interface. So what we were getting here is chat box props, and those are chat. As you remember, I passed in chat, and the type of chat will be doc. So you can get this object chat that we define in our schema Prisma by calling this doc type, and then passing. So this is, what is this called? I forgot. This is called generic, I think. So we have generic doc, and we need to pass in the string, the name of these documents. Those are going to be chats. And then selected, it's going to be Boolean. As you remember, is Boolean. So here we will destructure these. So chat, and then selected, and we will give it type chat box props. Okay, now let's just I would say return, I think put it into a div and say chat.title. Let's just return this, go back into chat list and import this chat box, and if I save this, there should be no more errors. Yeah, so everything works. And guys, it's next day for me, so let's continue coding this chat box. So we will first have const rename. That's gonna be a mutation, so we're gonna use mutation, and we're gonna say API and import API dot chats dot rename, and below that I'm gonna have const remove. It's gonna be equal to use mutation API dot chats dot remove. We don't have these yet. Also, we want to be able to edit these chat titles by just clicking here. There will be a pen icon and a delete icon. So const is editing. We want to display different fields if it's editing. So set is editing. That's going to be equal to use state, and we will pass in false. This is a default value, and then we're gonna say const title and set title, and that's gonna be use state, and the default value will be chat dot title. Okay, we will also need to have const router. That's gonna be use router from next/navigation. So when a user clicks on a chat, we wanna send him to this chat's page. So we wanna put a different URL into the different ID into the URL. Okay, and then below that we're gonna say const handle click. That's gonna be equal to arrow function, and then if if not selected, so if this current chat is not currently loaded that we click, then we will router dot push, and then open backticks slash chat slash $, open curly brackets, chat dot ID. Okay, so I think we will test this now. So if I actually let me see if we even I think we did not we did implement this. Okay, so I will comment these two because they are not implemented, and I will save this. And here on this class, on this div, I'm actually gonna say on click and handle click. So this should work because this is handle click like this. And then if I click on any of these, I should be pushed. I think it's updating. Yeah, this is chat. So I'm pushed to this chat. Below handle click, we will also define the following: const handle rename. That's gonna be equal to arrow function, and we will say rename, and then open 1 2 and then pass in the object. ID will be chat.id, comma, title will be title, or actually it will be title that we defined. So this rename is not defined at all, so let me just uncomment these two. And then we're gonna set is editing to false, because this is, so editing will be true, then we will be renaming. Below that we're gonna say const handle delete, arrow function, remove, so this is remove that we defined, pass in the object of id chat.id like this, and then just save it. After we delete this chat, we wanna router dot push, and then just to the home page. What we also want to do is create const handle key down. So also if a user presses enter while he is renaming, or we just want to handle a rename. So if user is renaming the chat and he presses enter, we just want to save it. So handle key down, that's gonna be equal to e, and let's give it a type react dot keyboard event, and pass in type. So that's gonna be HTML input element, and that is going to be an arrow function. And if e.key is triple equal to enter, like this, then we will handle rename. Handle rename, I can just copy like this. Okay, so if user presses enter, then we're gonna handle the rename. Now let's do the styling here. I'm gonna move everything to the side. So the first div, it's going to have a key of chat.id, or chat.title actually. And then class name, we will have open curly brackets, and then CN, and import CN from libutils, and pass in the following. Under we can just say normal quotes, and I will explain what this CN does. So this will be a group, a relative flex w full p2 rounded md hover will have background dash neutral dash 900 cursor pointer and text white and text dash small. Okay, so then we put comma after the quotes but inside of the bracket still, and we say selected end, so double end, bg neutral 800, so bg neutral 800. If we want to see what this does, let me quickly comment. I think this, we don't need to comment this, it will work properly. So as I hover, it has this background, but if it's selected, so if I go here, now we don't see this, we didn't implement it, still the page. So basically if it's selected, it's gonna have a different background as well, so we know which chat we are currently at. Okay. What this CN does is basically we're gonna have this as default, and then also if this is selected, if this is true, then this background will be shown. This is what CN does. Okay, so let's make some space. Let's delete this chat title. The first thing we will code is if we are editing, so it is editing. We're gonna set question mark, so we're gonna ask if this is true. Then we will display input field, but normal input, not ShadCN input. And we're gonna give it some props. So type will be text, value will be title. So this is if we are editing the title field, and then on change e, and then arrow function set title to e dot target dot value, like this. If you don't know what this does, try removing it and try using this input field. Once we finish, you will not be able to do it. So if you have some variable like use state title, and you wanna control this from input field, then you need to pass in the value as this, and then on change set title. That's how you must do it, or it will not work. You will not be able to like control this variable from input field. Okay, let's go next. On blur. So on blur, this is basically on defocus. When client click or when user clicks somewhere else, handle rename. Why don't I have this defined? Handle rename. Oh, handle. Okay, I misspelled it here. So handle rename like this. So on blur, when user is editing it and then clicks somewhere else, we're just gonna handle rename. In handle rename, we set editing to false, so there won't be this field anymore. And then autofocus. So when user starts to edit, we will just autofocus this. We will also give it some class names. Outline-none, bg-transparent, and then W or width is going to be 170 pixels. And we can self-close this input tag. So this is our input. That's gonna throw some errors, but we don't care about that. Okay, so if editing is true, we will display this. But if editing is false, so I'm gonna put this column, and then we're gonna display something else. And this will be chat title. So div and curly brackets chat.title. So we will just display chat title if editing is false. So I think let's first give it some class names here to chat title. So truncate. So if it's too long, it's gonna truncate. It's gonna just it's not gonna stretch anything. And then max W is gonna be 200 pixels. And that should be it. And now let's add some buttons below. So I'm gonna put this bracket here, and below this I'm gonna say a new div, and I'm gonna say is editing ? And then we will display the following button, normal button, not ShadCN. And inside of that we will say arrow down to line from Lucid React, and this will be a self-closing tag. And then if editing is not true, so I'm gonna set this, and I'm gonna display the following div, and we will have two buttons here. The first button will be pencil from Lucid React. And let's real quick, actually, so when this first button is clicked, so on click, we're gonna make an arrow function, and we will gonna say set is editing to true. This is how we will enable editing, by clicking this pencil icon. So this is gonna be title editing. Okay, we need to fix, because right now it's redirecting us as well. Okay, we're gonna fix this pencil. So let's say a class name, width 4 and height 4. Below that, I'm gonna make a new button, and I'm gonna pass in trash2 from Lucid React. We can copy paste this same class name of width 4, height 4, and on click we will say handle delete like this. Okay, so we have these two buttons. Now let's return to this div that contains buttons, and let's give it some class name. So we're actually gonna start with the curly brackets, and then we're gonna say CN again, and open normal brackets, and say quotes bg gradient to right, bg gradient to right, from dash transparent from dash 0% 2-neutral 900 2-30% space -x-2 flex pl6 and also py1. Then we will put a comma behind the quotes but inside the brackets, and if this is selected, so selected, and we will say to neutral 800. Let's save this. So now it has this like kind of background. You see this fading background. We're gonna fix this now. It looks kind of ugly, but I'm gonna so this fading background is just gonna help put, if the text is too long, it's gonna put these like icons over the text, but there will be a nice fade in between them. Now let's scroll a bit up. So here in the div that contains buttons, this big div that contains buttons, we're gonna go to that div and we're gonna give it some class name. Absolute top -1/2 minus translate dash y dash 1/2 and then right -2 flex z dash 10. Let's save this. It's gonna position these buttons absolutely. Below that, let's go to the button with this icon. So inside of this editing of the button, let's just make some space and then let's pass some class names to this button. So actually, let's just first pass in on click, and that's gonna be handle rename. And then we're gonna pass in class names and give it curly cn normal quotes background I think we can just copy. Let's just copy this like background to neutral to space, or just like this. Let me copy. We don't need to write this again. So what we got here, bg gradient to right from transparent from 0% to neutral 900 to 30, and then padding left -3 and then py-1 and then after that let's put comma after quotes and say selected and then say to neutral 800. So that should be it for this button. So if I press editing button, it's gonna push us again. One important thing to mention is right now on homepage we don't have any chats like loaded, so that's why it's pushing us. We will not do anything on homepage. We're just gonna redirect to the latest chat when we enter the homepage. So let's so before we do that redirecting, let's code these mutations that can rename and remove our chat. I will go here to my Convex folder and go to chats, and let's scroll down below list and say export const rename. That's gonna be equal to mutation, passing object args. So we're gonna need the following arguments: id, and that's gonna be type of v dot id, and it's gonna be chats. The second argument will be title, v dot string, and that is it. Let's put comma and say handler, and that's gonna be async arrow function that gets context ctx and args, and make it an arrow function and open the body. Await context dot database dot patch. So this is updating. We want to update our chat title. And then we're going to pass in args.id. So this will be ID of the chat. And we want to pass in an object. These are object of updated values. So title will be args.title. And we can put comma, put semicolon, comma, and then semicolon here. That would be renaming. Let's do remove as well, but I will just copy, there is no point. So I'm just gonna say remove. That will be same mutation. Args, we will just pass in the ID of the chat that we want to remove. And then we wanna say await context database, and we wanna say delete, and pass in args.id. So this will delete the chat. If you have your npx convex dev, it should automatically push your functions, and everything should work. Now let's implement actual chat page. So this is chat, so let's implement this actual. This is actually very easy because we will use the same sidebar and just make some difference here. I will quickly add everything to GitHub. Sidebar chat list. So let's start implementing the chat interface. So let's go here to chat. So app, chat, chat ID, and let's make a new file, layout.tsx. Oh my god. Layout. Okay. And this will have interface, chat layout props. That's gonna be children of react.react node. And then below we're gonna say export default function chat layout. We will destructure children, and we will give it type of chat layout props, and we will give it a body return, and then so we want to render children. So children are going to be the page that we currently loaded in, but we want to put sidebar onto that page. So we want to actually, let's render everything in a main element, and then let's just put in the sidebar from this one, component sidebar. That is it. And I also okay, well, let's add some class names here. So we want to make sure this is displayed in flex. So sidebar is on the left and this one is on the right. And then height full, very important. Text white, and overflow clip. Okay. And we want to actually put children as well into a div. So we want to give it some class names. But I think if we just click any chat right now, yeah, we already have the sidebar. So this is the chat page. This is chat/chat ID. We have sidebar. So let me continue. Children, we want to give it some class name. That's gonna be just height full and width full. I want to show you, if I remove this, if I just say background red 500, you see, so this is currently the whole interface of the chat. So it doesn't have full width. So we want to say height full, width full, and if I say now background red like this, everything is gonna be covered. So the whole full width and height. That's why we have to do it. That is our layout page. I just like putting these like here, and then let's go to our actual page. So first, in order to load this chat, we're gonna have to receive this chat ID from URL. We're gonna have to read it somehow, because our chat is gonna post us to this chat, but we need to read the URL chat. And this is kind of weird. Why is it not loading? Okay, now it's low. I had to refresh. So we need to, the way we're gonna read that, you can use params hook, but you can also say interface. If this is export default page, then we can say interface chat. Okay, so this is gonna be chat page props, and params So these are gonna be URL parameters, chat ID, and that's gonna be ID and import from Convex, and pass in type chats like this. So these are URL parameters that we will get. This is how it works in Next.js. Okay, so here in chat we're gonna pass in object or destructure params, and then we're gonna say checked page props. So if you don't need to, if you didn't destructure params, let's see like this. Now if we go here, you need to say params dot chat ID. But if you destructure params, it's gonna go to this second one immediately, like this. So it's gonna be like this now. Now we have chat ID here. Okay. The first thing we want to do is get the chat from the database. So we need to use this chat ID to retrieve chat from the database. So we're gonna say const chat. That's gonna be equal to use query. So use query from Convex React, and pass in API import as well .chats.get. And then we're gonna pass in object. That's gonna be ID. That's gonna be params.chatID. Okay, so we don't have this get function in our chats. So let's go to chats. I just pressed Control P, and let's go to chats.ts. And then I think I'm gonna put this somewhere towards the top. So export const get use query, or no, just query, and then pass in object. The arguments are gonna be args open object id v dot id of chats, and then comma handler. We can use this one, but it's going to be async. So like this, async, and make it an arrow function. And then const chat is gonna be await context.database, and I can just say .get in a new line to make it more readable, and pass in the ID like this. So this, and we can just return chat. I think you also could have just done it like this. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Let's just leave it like this. Now let's go back to the chat ID page. You can always find it by pressing Control P and in VS Code and searching for it. Okay. Oh, this is chat layout. So I want to go to the chat page, and here, this is our chat that we will get. But if chat is equal to null, we wanna router.push to homepage. And as I said, homepage, we will not be using homepage. Homepage will just take a list of chats and redirect you to the latest chat. Okay, so we also see two errors here. First, router is not defined, and second, create context only works with client component, so add use client to the top. So since we are using this use query, we need to add use client on the top or in some of the parent components. The other thing we want to do is we want to say route, so define this router. So that's going to be const router is going to be equal to use router from next navigation. But I think this will throw an error because we cannot use hooks. Yeah, first of all, we are using this before it was declared. Not only that, I also think we cannot declare this hook after, like, conditionally. So let me actually check that. If I did this and saved, is it gonna throw an error that this is getting? I'm not sure. So it looks like it's not throwing an error. Yeah, but okay, but I just want to declare my hooks like on the top. So let's return this. And now let's go to the return statement. So right now you don't see anything because it's white on white background. Let's start with, let's delete this chat, this text, and then give class name to the first div. And that's gonna be bg-neutral-800. w full flex and flex dash call. So if I save this, okay, below that we're gonna say header, and we don't have this component yet, so we will go to chat ID file and create a new file, and it's gonna be underscore components slash header.tsx. Press enter, and I'm just gonna say export const header arrow function, give it some return of div header. Okay, let's go back and import the header. There was a bit of a bug. For some reason it wasn't displaying this header again. So what I did is I just wrote some text and saved it, and then I deleted this text, and now it's displaying the header. Okay, below header, let's make a new div. So this will be a body. This will be text messages. In the header, we will have user button for user profile, user sign in, and we will have a button to change to select between GPT-3, GPT-4. So let's go to this. Let's actually create this component body. We're gonna go to components, and I'm gonna say body.tsx, and I will just copy this header component. There is no reason to write it again, and I'm just gonna say body here and body here. I'm gonna put these semicolons, and let's import this body component. Now we have body, but let's give it some styles. So we're gonna say flex dash call height full and width full, and that should be it. But we also wanna pass in chat, so we wanna pass in chat ID. It's gonna be equal to params dot chat ID, but we wanna then go to body, and we wanna define this interface. So go here to body, we're gonna say interface chat ID and pass in object, and say chat ID, or no, the interface name is body props. Chat ID will be ID import from Convex, and pass in type chats. So we want to destructure this chat ID and give it body props as type. So that should be it. Now it should not complain, it should not throw this error. Below body, we want to actually add a form. So form is for submitting the text, it's like input field. Form will also receive this chat ID, so we can just copy. And we're going to put form into a separate div of its own, so we can add some styling to it. So let's add some class names to this div. And the class names are gonna be w full fixed, because we want to keep the form at the bottom, so bottom 0. And so I think we need to go, do we even have this form? Not yet. So we're gonna save this, and we're gonna create a new file form.tsx, and go to body. I will copy all of this, paste it here. I didn't copy properly, and I'm just gonna rename body to form. That's gonna be form props. So this should work. Let me just go back and input this, insert this form. Okay, so below form, we also wanna add a p paragraph, and we wanna say talk GPT, or our ChatGPT clone, I call it talk GPT, could make errors. Consider checking important information. Let's save this. Now let's give some class names to this text. So w full, text center, text extra small, text neutral 400, margin y2, LG, so large screens we're gonna have padding right of 300 pixels. So we wanna offset because this is fixed position, we need to tell it exactly where it is, and we need to offset it by 300 pixels, which is width of the this sidebar. So if I save this now, this doesn't work again for some reason. So if I just add maybe some text like this, I'm not sure why isn't this rendering. I'm just gonna try adding, try refreshing. I'm not sure why this. Oh, yeah, it's at the bottom here. Okay, so this is at the bottom, but where is my form text? We can't actually see the form right now, but we will be able to see it soon. So I think let's start with header. So let's go to header. One thing I forgot back in the chat ID page, so where we have our header body here on the top, we also need height full. I forgot to add that. So height full and then flex call. So now, yeah, now we can see everything. I actually want to do these components a bit differently. So instead of having a body.tsx page, I want to actually go here and copy this. And inside of components, I'm going to make a new component. And I'm going to say body/index.tsx. And this will have the same imports. So we can just delete this body completely. And this will have the same import path. So there, because I want to add some other components here in this folder body, so I have it organized better. Let's go to header and copy this as well. And I want to make a new file next to it, header/index.tsx. It's important that this is called index.tsx. If it's not index, then it will have a different import. Okay, so I'm gonna just add these, and I can now delete the header.tsx. So let's start with this header. Let's go here and we're gonna delete this text. Make sure to save this. So I wanna say mobile sidebar, and I wanna close it, but we will do this later. So I'm just gonna comment this for now. And then select modal, and I'm gonna self-close this, and user button, and that's gonna be from @clerk react. And let me actually comment this one as well. Let's just make this work first. So let me go to my page. I'm gonna. Okay, so we have some issues. Let's go back to this chat ID. So here, I think we need to fix imports. So let me delete body and header imports. And then I'm gonna go here again and import it like this and import body. And now let's leave it like this. So my imports are separated from this, and I think now it's gonna work. Yeah, now it works. So we have a user button. This is Clerk user button. So here in header, this user button from Clerk, we can click it. We can sign out. If I can sign out, it will then push me to sign out, manage account. You have all of this. Let's give some props here. So class name inside of index header index. I'm gonna say flex height. That's gonna be 100 pixels. And justify between padding 5. Okay, and now let's uncomment this select modal by pressing Ctrl-K, Ctrl-U, and we're gonna create this component. So here in header folder, I'm gonna make a new file, call it select-modal.tsx. Here, and then we will export default select modal, and that's gonna be equal to arrow function open body. And now we need to do a few things here. So let's first say const current user, that's gonna be equal this is export const, not export default, export const, because this is a component, not a page. And then current user is gonna be equal to use query, and import that from Convex React API dot, or import API as well, dot users dot current user. Okay, so let's pass in empty object as arguments. So we didn't implement this yet, but we will soon. Before current user, we will also say mutate. I think we didn't make this, but okay, let me just say mutate select GPT. I will explain what this is. And then pending, that's gonna be select GPT pending, that's gonna be equal to use API mutation. We didn't make this. And then pass in API dot users dot select GPT. Okay, so this selecting modal, this is gonna let us select between GPT-3 and GPT-4. So let's first the way we're gonna select it, here in our database we defined the model, and we will just look at which currently model the user is using. So there can be two models, this one and the other one. And now let me explain this use API mutation. So if I wanted to, well, actually let's first implement this select GPT. So let's go to users.ts. So this is going to help us select GPT. So export const select GPT. That's gonna be a mutation. Args are gonna be a model, and type will be v.union of v.literal. I'm not sure why this is not recommending. So we have this args model v.union v.literal. So in v.literal we will pass GPT 3.5 turbo -1106. So this is the date 11/06, and then comma after this we're gonna say v.literal and pass in GPT-4-0125-preview, and then comma after all of this, and then handler, that's gonna be async arrow function open curly brackets. So I think we need to import this v from convex values. Yeah, that's why it wasn't recommending. Okay, first we need to get identity. Const identity, that's gonna be await context. Okay, so we don't have context, we need to have context and args here. So we're gonna say context.auth.get user identity and invoke this, and then we will if not identity, we will throw new error, and we're gonna pass in string called select GPT without authenticated user. Let me close this like, okay, so now we have the currently logged in user in this identity. Now we need to get the user from the database. So this is just a logged in user from like Clerk API, but we need to check the database now. So const user, okay, const user is gonna be equal to await context.database, and then query, pass in actually query users with index, but there needs to be a dot. So dot with index, and then by token, and then we're gonna pass in, or we're gonna get q and make arrow function q dot equivalent token identifier is gonna be equal to identity dot token identifier, and then we're gonna say dot unique. So this unique will execute this, and it's gonna find a unique user. If there is more than one user, it's gonna throw an error. So this is how we get the user. Okay, and then check if user is equal to null, throw new error user not found. Let's put this here, fix this, and we need just one more thing, await context.database.patch user underscore ID, and we're gonna say model args.model. We have some issues here. Oh, there should be a comma here, and then we're just gonna return user under .id. So with this we're gonna select GPT, so we're gonna select between GPT 3.5 and this one, and we're gonna patch our database here. Now if we go back to select model, we see that now we have select GPT. We don't have a current user, but let's just copy paste this, so we don't need to like code everything again. So I'm just gonna copy my code here, and maybe above that I'm gonna say so this is gonna be current user, and this is gonna be query instead of mutation. So because we are querying database and we are not changing anything, args arguments to get current user will be empty object, and so we don't need arguments here, just context. So we need to get this identity, and then we just need to get this user and return the user. So return user like this. But I think I also need to check if user is null. Or the other thing we can do is delete all of this. We will just return like getting the user, even though now this can be either null. You see, it can be user or null, but we will handle that. So this is just querying the user. So now there is also this current user method here. Now let me quickly explain how we're gonna use this select GPT and what this use API mutation is. So let's comment this for a quick moment. And if I wanted to use this select GPT mutation, I would need to do something like this. Const select GPT, for example, is gonna be equal to use mutation dot and then pass in API dot users dot select GPT. And then if I want, so this is just gonna initialize this mutation, and later if I have, for example, const handle click, and I can just say so this is, for example, function handle click, I can just say select GPT, and then I need to pass in the arguments, and arguments for this is model. So I would need to pass in like the model, let's say this model, for example. I just need to have the same string like this. So this is how we would use it. Okay. Well, ignore the error for a moment. So this is how we would use it. We define mutation here and then invoke the mutation. But if we are, for example, set this mutation to execute, but let's say we want to disable the button while this is executing, we need a pending state. So we need to follow like when this mutation is pending, when it's being executed. So we would need to create a new const pending, set pending, and we're gonna have a bunch of code here as well. So let's just export all of this pending and use mutation code into a different function. Let's make a new function That's this use API mutation and export. So this function is gonna have the mutation and like pending state. So from that function we wanna export mutate and export pending. So let's go here and in our root folder, let's just click any root file and say hooks, and then slash use dash API dash mutation.ts. This will create a folder hooks and use API mutation, and now we'll code this. So export const use API mutation like this, and then we're gonna get in the mutation function. So this will be our API mutation function that we defined, and type of it will be any. So we're gonna lose a little bit on types here because we have to, or I haven't figured out how to make it without type any. I saw this from a guy named Code with Antonio, you probably know. So I saw this file from this trick from him, and then we're gonna make an arrow function, and we will say pending, set pending. It's gonna be equals to use state, and then pass in false as default, and then const API mutation. So this is just API mutation. It's gonna be use mutation function. This is the mutation function. So this is our use mutation that I was talking about. We're just gonna define it here with pending. Const mutate, and then we're gonna pass in a payload, and that's gonna be any, and that's gonna be a function set pending to true, return API mutation, pass in payload dot finally. So after it finishes, we're gonna make an arrow function. If you don't understand this, I will explain once more once we finish. So we wanna set pending to false, and we also wanna add then a result arrow function return result like this. And we also want to add catch, so if there is an error we will just throw error. So this is our function, but at the end I want to return object with mutate and pending. Now let's see how this works. Let's go back in the import API mutation like this. So we are gonna pass in this mutation function that we defined in our API, select GPT. So that's gonna be passed here as mutation function. And then we will use this convex hook use mutation to define this API mutation function. And then mutate is the function we're going to export. So mutate and pending. So let's see how we're gonna use mutate. We're gonna call it, so we're just gonna rename this function mutate to select GPT. And when we are using this function, we will just pass in like the object, like model, what it was, whatever I explained. So this object will be passed into this select GPT function, which is mutate function in our use API mutation. So this is this function. Sorry. This is the payload. So the payload is going to be our object of what was it here. So whatever object we have, model, and then this model. So GPT model, and then when this payload is passed, we will set pending to true. And so we can use this pending to, like, for example, disable a button while this is submitting. And then we will use API mutation, and this is use mutation. So we will pass in the payload, That's going to be our object, and then when everything finishes, so we can put this at the end. So when everything finishes, we can say disable set pending to false. So but before it's finished, we're gonna get some result, like some API data. We will return this result, and so that result will be returned like here. So if I say const result like this, and if there is an error, we will throw the error. And here we are just exporting like this function that we can use. But when we use this function mutate, it's gonna return this result. So it's gonna return this result. If it's a bit complex, maybe you will be able to figure it out with time. So we're gonna be using this a few more times, maybe with another project as well. This is a bit more complex stuff. Let's continue coding our select model. So I'm gonna delete this part, and let's do a return statement. And let's make these React fractions, and I'm gonna say upgrade modal, and we will pass in some props. So open, there's gonna be open upgrade modal, and then set open, that's gonna be set open upgrade modal. There's gonna be a self-closing. Now we're gonna make this, but not now, a bit later. So we're gonna just comment this for now. Below that, we're gonna make a popover, and it looks like we don't have this popover. So let's go to ShadCN popover, and I'm gonna enter this link. So this is the popover that we are going to install. So this is gonna let us select between GPT-3 and GPT-4. Let's copy this code and paste it here to install this popover. So while this is installing, we can go back and we can, let me just put this here real quick. So we can continue coding. So popover, and then we're gonna have popover trigger. So when we click whatever is inside, popover will be open. Let's first actually let's just continue like this. So let's give it a p tag, ChatGPT, and then below that let's give it another p tag, and I'm gonna say GPT version text. And below that, let's give it chevron down from Lucid React. So when we click this part, the popover will open. And now let's, below popover trigger, we will say popover content. And inside of that, we will say the following. So we will make a new div, and we will use a zap from Lucid React, self-closing, and then a new div inside, and that will have a p of GPT 3.5. Let's copy this p, and let's say great for everyday tasks. Great for everyday tasks. Below this GPT 3.5, let's below this div, let's make a new div, and I'm gonna say sparkles from Lucid React, self-closing tag, and make a new div and make a new p and say GPT-4, and let's copy this by pressing Shift Alt down, and then we're gonna say our smartest and best model. Our smartest and best model. Now that my popover installed, let's go back to not here, let's go back to ShadCN, and we will just copy these imports, and we will paste them here. So I want to paste them like this, So now we have this. We just don't have this. Let's see. Let's just comment this for a moment. And then let's go back to index.tsx and import this select modal like that. So if I go to my page, there is this ChatGPT model. If I select it, it will open. So this is basically for choosing between these two. We need to make it a lot prettier right now. Let's continue. We want to now add some also functions above here as well. So const open select set open select, because we want to open this model actually programmatically, not by clicking on the trigger. Or actually we want to, but I will explain. So use a state that's going to be false. And we want to import use state from React. Const open upgrade modal set open upgrade modal. That's going to be use state. And then that's going to be false. So we want to open this model by clicking, but we also want to be able to open and close it programmatically as well. Okay, so if the user is subscribed, he has ongoing subscription in Stripe, then we will show, then we will let him choose GPT-4. But if he doesn't, then we will just offer him to like upgrades to buy a subscription for GPT-4. So const is subscribed is going to be current user, and so if current user exists, if the user is logged in, and we're going to say current user question mark dot ends on, and then question mark 0. So we need to check if this even exists, like ends on. So if the user is not subscribed and never been subscribed, then this ends on property will not exist. So if it's undefined or null, then we will set it to 0 instead of undefined or null. So we want to set the date. So this is going to be the date at which the subscription ends. And if it's higher than date dot now, and invoke it. Okay, so we need to find when the subscription ends, and if the date of the date and time is higher than now, then he is subscribed. If the date or time of ending subscription is lower than now, or if it's undefined, it's going to be 0, then user is not subscribed. So it will be false here. Let's go next. Then we will check if current user equals to undefined, we will return div. Let me write it manually. Loading. We could make a better loading state, but there is no reason. I don't want to do it. There is no, or we can just maybe return null or something. If current user is equal to null, return div. Let's make it manually. I don't know why it's not recommending. User not found. And let's close this div and let's make some spaces. So it's important again to repeat that these hooks cannot be used after if. So you cannot look for a current user and then put these ifs here. And then put these ifs here. And then use these hooks after. You cannot use them after. So we need to use all of the hooks in the beginning and then do checks. Although we could like put this here if you want to. For this is not a hook, this is just a variable. Okay. Below, let's define const GPT version text. So this is just text for the current version. So current user dot model is triple equal to GPT model dot GPT3, we didn't make this constant yet. So if this is true, if this is equal to this, then the text will be 3.5, or text will be 4 if it's not equal to GPT 3.5. So let's define this constant. Let's copy this. Go to our root folder, and we have lib, and let's make a new file, types.ts, and we will export const GPT model. That's gonna be equal to GPT 3.5 dash turbo dash 1106 or GPT dash 4 dash 0125 dash preview. This is the type, so this should be not const but type. And then below that, make it const. So let's turn this into a constant. So export const GPT model. That's gonna be equal to GPT 3, and let's just copy this first one, and then GPT 4, and let's copy the second one, and then as const. So we want to export it as const. So basically, if we now go back here and we have GPT model, let's just go to the end, press Ctrl space, and import it from types like this. So it's imported here. And now this text is going to be either 3.5 or 4, depending on which current user model we have. Below, so inside of select model, below GPT version text, we will add a new const handle click. It's going to be equal to model, and GPT model, that's going to be arrow function. So we are defining what happens when user clicks, or how he selects GPT 3 or 4. So if, let's just make a comment, if GPT 3 just select and return. So let's put comma if GPT 3. And now let's define this. So if model is equal to GPT model dot GPT3 select GPT, and we're gonna pass in model. So this is our use API mutation. So here we will just what this will do is, in our database it will change our model to GPT 3.5 or whatever, and then we wanna set open select to not open select and return. So we just want to close it, set the model to GPT-3 and close it. Okay, and then if GPT-4. Okay, first we're gonna set check if is subscribed. So if user is subscribed, then we will select GPT model. So we will just select GPT-4. But if user is not subscribed, then we will set open upgrade model to true. So we wanna upgrade model will give him option to upgrade subscription, and then set open select to false. No. Okay, let's say not open select. I think we can also just say false, but so we wanna close this select. We want to close this and open like upgrade model, upgrade window. And since we are opening and closing this select model programmatically, we also need to add, we need to do this on the trigger as well. So let's go to trigger and say on click toggle open. So we need to define this toggle open function, const toggle open. It's gonna be arrow function set open select to not open select. Okay. And in order to actually open and close this programmatically, we need to assign this open select value to the popover. So open is gonna be equal to this. So the reason we need to add this on click to the trigger that's gonna toggle open is if I remove this, if I press trigger, nothing will happen because this is open based on this variable open select. So when I press trigger on click, I need to toggle open. I need to change this variable. Now let's make this popover and everything a bit prettier. So first in the trigger, we're gonna popover trigger. Let's make some space here, put this in a new line and add class name. Flex space -x -2 font semi-bold items center. Okay, so we will not touch this ChatGPT, but we will touch the other one. So let's uncomment this. Now we have this variable. And then let's add in class name. So you see how it's showing 3.5. It's based on what we have in database here. So let's so here we're gonna say text -white /50, so 50% transparency, and that is it. You see how it's a bit more transparent now. Down below in this chevron down, we're gonna say class name to be text -white /50 again, and width of 5 and height of 5. Save this. Now let's do popover content. So let me add some class names here. It's gonna be flex -col border -0 bg neutral 700 text -white p3 space y4, and then save all of this. In the div below, we're gonna make some space on click. It's gonna be arrow function handle click gpt model.gpt3, and then so we obviously have two models to choose from. So this one, we're gonna pass in class name down below. So class name, and let me close this. So class name is going to be flex items center text start cursor pointer rounded MD justify start space x2 p2 w full height full hover bg neutral 600. So if I expand this, it's a bit weird now, but we will fix this as well. We're gonna make it one below the other. I think I'm missing one div, honestly, if I'm being honest. I think I think this div should be closed a bit earlier. Let me just check this. Yeah, so here's what I did. This div at the end, I cut it and I put it after this div. So now we have divided it into two like parts. So now let's fix this zap. So class name width 6 height 6, div below it says width full p class name font normal, and then that's it. P below class name text dash white slash 70. Let me see what it looks like. Okay. So below this great for everyday tasks P, we actually we have this closed div, and then we're gonna say checkbox from components UI checkbox. We install this. This is from ShadCN, so just go to ShadCN if you don't have this installed. And this is gonna be self-closing. ID will be terms1. I don't know why I put this name, but checked. It's gonna be current user dot model. It's gonna be triple equal to GPT model dot GPT3. So if I save this, we should have this checked state right here. Okay, so we have this checked state, and I also think we need to go inside of this checkbox. And let's just go inside of this checkbox, and I think where it says background, we're gonna say background to be let me also say text, see text. So text primary foreground. I think I'm gonna say background to be primary foreground and text to be just primary. So swap these two, and it's gonna be like this now. Yeah, this is what I want. In the div below, so this below div is for GPT-4. Now we're gonna adjust GPT-4. So we don't need to code this again. We can just copy this upper div for GPT-3 and paste it over it, and just change. This is gonna be GPT-4, and we don't need to change anything. So let's also copy this zap, copy these properties, and paste it into Sparkles as well. And then in this div, we're gonna pass in width full, and I think we will also copy this p of GPT 3.5 and paste it into this p, and this p as well of great for everyday tasks into our smartest GPT model. So that will be the same. And now, if user does not have access to GPT-4, we're gonna display a button that says subscribe now. So below this P, we're gonna open curly brackets and say not is subscribed. And we will say div, and we will say upgrade to plus. And we're gonna pass some class names to the div. Width full, p2 rounded LG, text white, text extra small, text center, font normal, cursor pointer, background purple 500, active background purple 700, margin top dash 1.5, and that should be it. So this is what we got now. If I hover this, if I click, it's gonna be a bit different background. And below this div there is another div, so we're just gonna copy paste this checkbox like this, so below the ending div, and it's gonna be GPT-4, and I think terms is gonna ID is gonna be terms2. So now we have this. So this div is not selected, but we want to make this border of the checkbox white. So let's go to the checkbox here, and where it says border primary, let's say primary dash foreground like this. Now it's gonna be white. So now everything works. If I click this, it should be opening the model. Now we didn't implement this model yet, so let's do that next. Let's scroll a bit up and let's uncomment this upgrade model. Oh my god, what did I do? Let's uncomment it like this. So we need to define this upgrade model. In the header below select model, we're gonna say upgrade-model.tsx. As we already know, we are going to be receiving some props. So interface upgrade model, that's props, that's gonna be equal to open boolean, and then set open to open boolean. So it's gonna receive open prop and it's gonna return a void, and then export const upgrade model. It's gonna be equal, pass in object or just the structure open, and set open, and we're gonna say upgrade model props, and it's gonna be arrow function const upgrade to use action from Convex React. So we can use query, use mutation, use action, and the action we will use is api.stripe.pay. Let's import API. We did not implement this yet, but let's ignore it for now. So const router, it's gonna be equal to use router, but from next/navigation, really important, it will not work otherwise. Let me see, then we say const handle upgrade, it's gonna be async and arrow function const URL, it's gonna be await upgrade, and pass in empty object. So handle upgrade, when user clicks to upgrade, we need some URL. So this URL is gonna be checkout URL for Stripe, so they can pay with Stripe. We're gonna get this URL with this upgrade action. We defined this upgrade action in our API stripe.ts, which we didn't make yet. So this is just for payments. This will return the URL, and then we will push user to that URL. So if not URL, we wanna return. But if it is, then router.push to URL. We wanna redirect the user to the payment URL. That would be our functions. Now let's just code return. And we will have a dialog. So import dialog, not from Radix, but from add components UI dialog, this one. And we want to actually say open. We want to open this programmatically. So when the user clicks upgrade, we want to open this programmatically. Open is going to be equal to open, that we are destructuring here, that those are props that we are passing. So here we have this like set upgrade model open. So we're gonna just pass those in here. So dialog, and then on open change, we're gonna get e and arrow function set open e, and close this, close dialog. Then we're gonna say dialog content. So if I forgot to say what dialog is, it's just a pop-up window, like pop-up dialog, where it says like upgrade, yes, no, and stuff. Dialog content, we're gonna give it class names immediately. So class name bg-neutral-700, text white, border none, max w to XL, max width to XL, and let's just say some content here. And now let's go back and import this upgrade model from here. I think this should work. If I go here, form, upgrade to plus, it's opening my upgrade model. So I can close it here. So it works. Let's continue with upgrade models. So in dialog content, instead of content, we will close this and say dialog header, import this one. Give it a class name of p-3, and then dialog title below, dialog title like this. Upgrade your subscription, and the title will not have any class names. Let me just save it. So below header, we're gonna add a separator, but we don't have a separator, so let's install this. In ShadCN, we will just copy this and go to our here and paste it. Okay, now let's go back to our code. So below separator should receive some class names. So height is gonna be, so class names equals, and then height is gonna be 1 pixel. Its separator is just a line. Background dash white slash 20, so white but 20, so it's gonna be like gray, 20% opacity. Below separator, we will make a div, and it's gonna have class name flex, justify between, and then we're gonna make a new div with age 3. It's gonna be free, so we're gonna display free and paid subscription. So the user will like have the preview of the free and then what benefits paid has, and then p below, and we're gonna say USD 0 per month, like this. Let's give it some class names. So p has a class name of font thin, text white, class name text LG, font semi-bold. This is into semi-bold in the H3. And then the div above H3 also needs a class name that says W1.5, P4, and gap Y2. And let's import separator from add components like this. So let me preview this now. If I say upgrade your subscription, and then we have this by now. Let me also above, just below the separator, inside of this div, I'm gonna say free plan, and I'm gonna make this a comment so we know like that this is a free plan. Below the P with the price, we're gonna make a button, and that's gonna be components UI button. Close it and say your current subscription, and then let's pass in some props. So it's gonna be disabled because it's his current subscription, and then class name will be font semi-bold, text extra small, BG neutral 500, P4, MY4, and text wrap. So below that we're gonna say H4, class name text small, MB4, so margin both 4, for newcomers just starting. So if I save this, we have button your current subscription, and the description is for newcomers just starting. Below this h4, let's go ahead and make a new div. Give it class name flex dash call gap y3 text extra small inside div. Also class name, those will be flex gap x4 items center, and inside check from Lucid React, class name height 4 width 4 p limitless messaging and history. So these are going to be like benefits. So I think we're gonna make a new div, and I think we're just gonna copy paste this a bunch of times. So let's make this, let's copy paste this. It's actually the same, so we have all of this the same, and the message is going to be utilize our GPT 3.5 model. And below that, let's copy paste this again and say flex. Okay, so this is the same available at web, iOS, and Android. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3 closed divs. Let's make a new separator. So this separator is gonna be a horizontal separator, actually a vertical separator, not horizontal. So this kind of looks weird, so let me put it like this. We're gonna fix this kind of weird looks. So let me go back and then orientation. Wait, is it orientation? I'm not sure why this is not recommending, but orientation, that's gonna be vertical, and class name is gonna be w-1 pixel, and then background white /20. So okay, so now we have this vertical separator here, and this looks better on a bigger screen. Now let's make a new div below the separator, and this will be our paid subscription. So let's actually say paid plan, and let's comment this. And inside of div, I'm gonna say class name w-1 half p-4 gap y2 age 3, and age 3 is gonna have say plus, and this will have class name text large font semi-bold, and then below that we have USD 20, like $20 per month. Class name font thin, text white, over 65. Okay, below this we are going to say button. So inside of the div still button. Let's close it and say upgrade to plus. And let's give it some class names. Oh my god, what is this? Class names. Those will be font semi-bold, text extra small, background green 600, hover background green 700, P4 MY4. Okay, on click, handle upgrade. Okay, let me just order this a bit better, and if I save, it's gonna be green and upgrade to plus. Below that, let's just go ahead and copy everything below this button. So h4 to div. Let's just copy this below this button, and we are gonna check if everything is the same. So h4 class name text. Okay, this is the same, and unlock GPT-4. Unlock GPT-4. Flex call gap3 act. Okay, this is the same, and then more intelligent model. So the message is more intelligent model. Better detail handling. Better detail handling. And then greater sensitivity to contextual nuances, like this. It looks like this checkmark is a bit messed up because the sentence is too long. So if you want, you can just quick fix greater sensitivity to context, for example, and then this will be like fixed. And guys, that is it. We successfully programmed our model. So if I go here and I can select GPT-3 or 4 if I press 4, but I don't have subscription, it's gonna throw this, and then if I say upgrade to model, there is an error. It says Stripe Pay function is not defined. So we will define it next. So what pressing on this will do is generate a payment link for $20 per month and just push us to that link. But I think it's better if we first create body and sending messages, and we will do Stripe payments at the end, because maybe some of you don't want to like do, I don't know. So let's do body and messages first, and there are timestamps in the description below, so you can go jump to Stripe payments. First, we should be able to send the message. If there is no messages, we cannot display any. So let's do form first. We will go here to our form file, and okay, let's start. So first, we're gonna define const chat. It's gonna be use query API import dot chats dot get, and this is gonna get chat based on ID. We will pass the ID to be chat ID. Then const send message, that's gonna be use action, import that as well, API dot messages dot submit. We don't have this even messages file at all right now, but let's skip this for now. So const message set message, it's going to be use state from React, say string as type and default of empty string. Okay, so this is gonna be our message that we variable to store our message that we are typing or editing. Below that, if chat is equal to undefined, remember that if this is undefined, then this is loading, so we will just return null for now. And then if chat is null, so if chat is null, I will just copy paste. We will return div to say chat not found. And then we will const handle send message. That's gonna be async function, make an arrow function, open body, If message is equal to empty string, we will just return, because we don't want to send empty messages into the database. Const temp is equal to message. Set message to empty string. The reason I'm using temporary variable is because I'm gonna be sending the message, so await send message and then pass in object. So I will be sending the message into the database, and if I set message after like the message is sent, then there will be like the message in our input should disappear as soon as we press enter. But if I don't, then it's gonna be like there while the message is generating, the GPT is generating message. So this just looks a lot better. So the role is gonna be user. Content is gonna be temp, and chat ID is gonna be chat._ID. So that should be it. And also, so this is gonna send the message. We also wanna define when user presses enter to send the message. So const handle key down is gonna be equal to e.react.keyboard event, and say HTML input element close, and then arrow if e.key is equal to or triple equal to enter. And now this is not e dot but e column, and then open a body here and say e dot prevent default. So the form is not submitted. The page is not refreshed. I think if we don't prevent default, it will refresh the page as well. And then handle send message like this. Okay, now let's go to the return statement. So instead of form, let's delete this and let's make input from this, and then it's gonna be self-closing. Okay, so let's first do some classes in this div above. So relative small padding x12, medium it's gonna be padding x52, large it's gonna be padding right of 500 pixels. 2XL is gonna have padding x of 96, and width will be full, and background neutral 800. And also just after the relative, let's set padding x to 2 as default. So we can check what we have now. We have this input field here. So we're gonna have to change a few things. So first of all, inside of input, let's add some properties. Placeholder message talk GPT, class name, border dash, and then 1 pixel in square brackets, border neutral 500, ring none, rounded XL, BG inherit, text neutral 200, placeholder text neutral 400, and height 12. So if we save this, below this we're gonna say value will be message, on change will be e, and then arrow function set message to be e.target.value, and then arrow. So I I have this commented for some reason, so I think we will not do this now. So let me check. So this is our input field. Now, if you don't like this big white ring, so, if you want to remove it, and I will remove it, and I will go here to input. So where we have this input, so this is in components UI input DXX, and I'm just gonna search for Control F and say ring. I think I'm gonna focus visible ring. I'm just gonna delete all of these, like focus visible that have ring. So if I go back and I focus, there is no more rings. The only thing that's left to do is to implement this submit messages, so we can actually send, so the message goes to our database. Let's go here in Convex, create a new file, messages.ts. So what we will do in this submit message is submit the message into the OpenAI's API, and then we will like the API will generate stuff and return to us and everything. So export const submit. It's gonna be action, import this one, and then pass in object args. That's gonna be role, and the role is gonna be v import free from convex values dot union. So there can be two roles, v dot literal user, comma v dot literal assistant. That is it. So after the second, so just below the square brackets, we put the curly brackets, we put comma content. That's gonna be v dot string, and chat ID. That's gonna be v dot ID and pass in chats. So put comma at the end and say handler, and we can use this one, but we're gonna make this arrow function and gonna put an arrow here, but this should be like this column. So handler const current user is gonna be await context dot run query API. So this is action. This is not a query or mutation. This is action. Actions allow us to call external APIs. And if I go here context, so if this was query, I could just query the database, but I cannot in an action. So in an action, in action, when I go to context, I get all of these: run action, run mutation, run query, schedule, storage, vector search. So we need to run query, and then we will say API dot users dot current user. Now, why is this API not being recommended for implementation or for import? So we're gonna import it manually. Go here and then say import API, and we're also gonna need internal. So our actions can be exposed as actions, so for client, or they can also be internal action, or they can be internal mutation. So internal stuff, internal functions, we can only use inside of Convex folder. But these that are not internal, we can use from clients as well. Let's return this to this API. So we need to put a comma here and pass in empty object as arguments. This is how it's defined. So if current user is equal to null, then we will throw new error user not found. I'm not sure there is a problem here. I think I need to put this here, yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't import from anywhere. So import this from, it's gonna be dot slash underscore generated slash API. Yeah, okay, now it works. So after, so here we're gonna say send user message. So await context this will just save the message into the database. Context run mutation, and we're gonna say internal dot messages dot send. So this messages, this is the file that we are currently at, and we will pass in some object, and we will say role. It's gonna be args dot role, and then content, it's gonna be args dot content, and we need to put comma here, I think, and then chat ID, it's gonna be args dot chat ID. Okay, I think, yeah, that should be it. So we just need to define this sending messages, and so it's gonna work. It's gonna be able to send message to our database. So let's define this above. Export const send. It's gonna be internal mutation because we don't want to expose this to client. And so because we are using internal mutation, we need to say internal.messages. If it's not, if it's API external, then we say API.users.current-user. So internal or API. Okay. Here in send, we will say args role. I think we should just copy. So let's copy this args like this. And then below, let's also copy this handler because it's the same. So send is gonna receive role. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is exactly the same. But now instead of having all of this, we're gonna do a bit differently. Const new message ID is equal to await context.database.insert into messages, which we don't have, but we will have it, and then pass in object role args. So I can just copy this as well, and I can put comma here and here. I think I don't need to, but and inside of the handler, after this, we're gonna return new message ID. So when we insert something using a mutation, internal mutation, when we insert into the database, this is going to return the ID of that newly inserted thing. So ID will be auto-generated. So let's create these messages. So we need to go into schema, our schema. So schema, that's actually right next to this messages folder. And we need to define a new table messages. So messages, define table, and let's go again back and copy this. Although no, not that. Here, this is where we define our types. So I think we just paste it like this, and let's put everything into a new row. And let's make this a bit better looking as well, more organized. So each message is going to have a role, which can be user or assistant, and then content is a string, and chat ID. So as you remember, I told you, when you have one-to-many relations, so one chat can have multiple messages, the best way to keep the relation between them is in the many object, the object that can be many of them, like a lot of messages, keep the ID of the chat, as opposed to keeping like message IDs here in the string, like message IDs array. No, it's not recommended. So Convex recommends you to keep it like this. Let's make an index below and say by chat ID. So we're gonna sort by chat ID, and we need this chat ID. So if we go back to our website now, and I can just say hi, and I press enter, and I don't know why it doesn't work. So I pressed enter multiple times. I'm checking at these messages. There is no messages. Let me try to press again. Okay. I'm checking my Convex CMD, and it looks like there is no problems. Since I'm not sure what's happening, let's go here in the form TSX, and I'm gonna say console log message sent. Let me just real quick check this. So I'm gonna open my console. I wanna teach you how to debug this as well. So when we send this, I'm gonna go to console, and if I send this, it should say in the console here message sent, which it isn't saying. So it tells me that there is a problem maybe with this. Yeah, handle key down. We didn't put this anywhere. In this input field, we need to say on key down, handle key down. If I save this, now this should send my message, and it is so hi, how are you? Now we are not displaying anything in the body yet, but here we have it in the database. So as I send like any message, see if I send, how quickly it appears immediately. So I'm gonna try again. If I send, and immediately it immediately appears. As the next step, we will read these messages and display them here in the body. Now I will. So after that, then we're gonna send messages to connect everything to OpenAI API and GPT-3. So first we will display. So let's go to our chat ID components body index.tsx, and we have these props that we are getting. And okay, so let's start coding const messages. It's gonna be use query, this one, API, import this one, dot messages dot list. This will list all messages. We don't have it yet, so this is gonna return a list of messages, and then we need a user, and we're gonna destructure user from use user from Clerk React. I think we just need this to show like user image when user is sending a message. And then const scroll ref, that's gonna be for automatically scrolling to the bottom of the chat when new message comes. Use ref from React, and then HTML div element, and default value will be null. Now since we are using use ref and use query, we need to go to the top and say use client, because these context hooks or these React hooks can only be used in client. Below this, we're gonna say const show button and set show button, and that's gonna be use state and false. My memory doesn't tell me what this button is, but we will quickly figure it out. Okay, so next we wanna use effect from React, and we wanna scroll to the bottom automatically. So we wanna add dependency array, and that's gonna be messages. As soon as messages changes, we wanna scroll to the bottom automatically. So we're gonna say scroll to bottom, and then invoke this function. Okay. Sorry, the first thing is this messages. This should be messages, not message, and this is misspelled as well. Scroll ref. So now let's define this const scroll to bottom. It's gonna be an arrow function. So we're gonna say if scroll ref dot current, so if it exists, the scroll reference is not null. We will say scroll ref dot current dot scroll into view, and execute it. And what we will do is this will reference to a div that's gonna be below all messages. So if we want to scroll to the bottom, we're just gonna scroll to that div into view, and it will be like messages will be scrolled into the view as well, because it's the div is at the bottom. Okay, so scroll into view, we wanna pass in just one property, behavior, and it's gonna be auto. So you can scroll instantly or smoothly, but I'm gonna just say auto, for example. Okay, now let's go to the return. Let's code this return. Gonna make fragment, and then we will say scroll area Now we need to install this from ShadCN. I will just go to my terminal, press up arrow, and instead of separator, I'm gonna say scroll area like this and install this. So let's return. Okay, class name for scroll area is gonna be equal to max height to be square brackets, and then calculate. So calc 100% minus 150 pixels. Okay, so that's gonna be the height for our body, like the displaced messages. And then height full, because this is gonna be just max height, but we're gonna have height full, and width full, and flex 1. So flex 1 will extend our body to the bottom of the page. So flex 1 will grow, will extend. Okay, let's close this. And inside of scroll area, make a new div. And then say messages.map. And then pass in or get message. Message box. And then key is gonna be message dot underscore ID, like this. So this message box will display each message. So each message will have its box. So, and then message will actually, you know what? Let's just for a quick moment ignore this message box, and let's just make a div and just say messages. Let's just display the message so we see what it looks like. Message dot what's message dot content. Okay. As you can see, I misspelled, so it's scroll dash area. So let's just copy this npm command, go back here and interrupt this by pressing Ctrl C and paste this, which is not copied for some reason. Let me try again, paste it and run it. While that's running, let's go here in the scroll area in this div and add some class names. So we're gonna have padding x of 4, small will have padding x of 12, medium will have padding x of 52. Now, as I said, Tailwind CSS is mobile first, so this is a default. When we say small, so it's gonna be affected on small and larger, everything larger. So mobile first. Okay, when I say medium, it's gonna be at medium and everything larger, but I also wanna say 2XL screen size, and then px is gonna be 430 pixels, and relative like this. And just at the end, I think we can import this now from @UI components. We're also gonna define this list message, but before that, I just want to implement this scrolling to the bottom. So just after this message listing, there is a closing div, and below that make a new div, and this div can be self-closing. And we're gonna say ref, it's gonna be equal to a scroll ref, like this. Okay, and the only thing that's left to do is just implement this list. So go to messages ts. So I think maybe at the top we're gonna say const or export const list. So this will given chat ID, it will retrieve all messages with that chat ID. So it's gonna be a query, import this one, pass in object args object chat ID, that's gonna be ID, no, it's gonna be v dot ID, and chats, and then comma handler, it's gonna be this one, but make it async and make it an arrow function, and then return await context.database.query messages pass, or actually that's it, just then dot query, no, dot with index, and it's gonna be by chat ID, and we're gonna say q, it's gonna be have an arrow, q dot equals, and then chat ID, comma, args dot chat ID, and then collect. So this will query messages with by chat ID, where chat ID of that message is equal to the chat ID that we passed into this list function. So let's go back. Okay, not here. I think so. Here, what's happening? Okay, so we need two arguments. We need to pass in chat ID to be chat, or I think it will work this because like this because it's the same name. And then if we go down, so this is possibly undefined. What we want to do here at the end, we want to say or empty like array. It's telling me in a warning that messages logical expression could make the dependencies of useEffect hook change on every render. To fix this, wrap the initialization of messages into its own useMemo hook. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if this is going to happen or not. I'm not sure how this works. I'm gonna learn that in future. But I think it will not call this on every render, because I think maybe Convex does it in a way, because I tried wrapping this into a useMemo, but I didn't have any success with it. I couldn't do it. So I think we will just leave it like this, and it will not re-render on every every render. Another thing we forgot is when you are listing messages, you need to pass in a key property always. So message dot ID can be our key, and I think if I close this, I think now all of the messages should be displayed. And here we can see all of the messages are pulled. And if I say yo, you see it instantly appears. So as I said, this query that we are using, let me put this here. This query will automatically update if messages in database are change. So instant update. Now let's make this prettier and better displayed. So each message will be displayed in a message box. So let me do this uncomment and delete this. So message is gonna be a message, and user image URL, it's gonna be, so if we have user, then it's gonna be image URL like this. Now let's define this component. So in body we will add a new file, message dash box.tsx, and this will have interface message box props, and we're gonna say message doc import from this convex data model. So this is the type that we defined in our schema. Doc will be messages, and then user image URL, that's gonna be optional, and that's gonna be string. Now let's go below and say export const message box arrow function, destructure message, and user image URL. Give it type message box props like this, and then arrow function and open body, and errors should go away. So we're gonna say const name string. Let me save this. So my file automatically aligns on save. So to do that, I go to user preferences and save. Format on save, like this, format on save, I have this checked. Okay, so name string. So this is name string is gonna be either like you or talk GPT. So that's gonna be equal to message.role is equal to user triple equal a question mark you or talk GPT, like this. Let me real quick remove this. Okay, let me also create a return statement below, and just for now say div message.content. Okay, just so we know like what's happening, we can see live. So let's import this message box here and save it. There will not be any changes right now, I think, so let's just continue coding here. Below this we will need a const image URL to be message.role triple equal to user question mark user image URL, or we're gonna say slash logo.svg. So if the AI, if the assistant is sending the message, then this will be the link to the image URL, or it's gonna be user's image URL. We're gonna display images of who sent the message. That's it for our functions. Now let's go to the return. So the first div, it's gonna have some class names: flex space x3 items dash start mb dash 10 max w calc 80% md max w full text wrap. Okay, so this is our these are our class names. Inside we're gonna make avatar, import this one. We install this from ShadCN, and inside we're gonna say avatar image, this one, and that's gonna be self-closing, and source will be image URL. Okay, so now we have these images of who sent the message. This is gonna be pulled from Clerk, and then image fallback, avatar fallback. So if the image is not available, URL is not available, which will not happen, I think, but we're gonna say class name text neutral 900 font semi-bold, and give it like this name string and then 0th element, just like this. So if I say source null, for example, yeah, it's gonna give me the name string first letter. But let's return this to a image URL. Let's make some give some class names to the avatar to adjust this. So flex, no, sorry, w7 age 7 text white fill white. Okay, and then in avatar image we're gonna give class names of text white and fill white, although I don't remember why I put this here, or are these like from ShadCN boilerplates? I'm not sure. And now below the avatar we are gonna delete this message content for now, and we're gonna say div inside age 3, and then we're gonna say name string, and below that we're gonna say another div, and we're gonna pass in markdown component. We don't have this component, but we will make that component. So this component will display our messages in Markdown. So if there is a code block, we're gonna have like a code block and display this in code block and stuff. So content, that's gonna be equal to message.content. Okay, so before we implement this Markdown component, let's go to div and give it some class names. So this one is gonna be max w calculate 80%, close brackets. That's it. Okay, so for h3 we're gonna have font dash bold name string. Okay, and then for this div we're gonna say flex dash grow flex dash call gap 3 gap y5, and that is it. Now let's just define this Markdown, create this Markdown component. So inside the body folder, let's make markdown.tsx. Let's export const markdown, and that's gonna have content to be iProps. So we need to define interface iProps. I could have named it markdown props, but I just want to make it like iProps just to show you how you can also name it. So content is gonna be string. Okay, so this is gonna be export default function, not export const. We can also make a row function, we can make export default function, it doesn't matter. Okay, then const handle copy. Okay, so if we have a code block displaying, we're gonna have option for the user to copy in the header of the code block. So export const copy text string and copy, but capital, so there is small text, so copy text. We're gonna define this function, and then toast.success copied to clipboard. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's comment this function for now. We need to implement the other more important things first. So let's say return and then React Markdown. Okay, so we need to install this. So go to your npm or cmd and say npm install react-markdown. Okay, so I think we can import since it's installed, so I think we need to do it manually. Import React Markdown from React-Markdown, like this. Okay, now in React Markdown, let's actually go back to here, message box, and just import this component, like this. And then, so in React, let's close this tag and say content. I think this should work. But let's add some props. So I want, if there is a code block, for example, if it's gonna be like this, it's gonna be Python and then like some print hello, like this Python code, it's gonna be closed. So I want to make it so this code block is displayed like in ChatGPT in a like a code block like element. So we want to be able to detect when there is these three backticks and name of the language, and then we want to color this. So that's what we will do here. We need to pass that inside of this Markdown component. We're gonna say components and open one double curly brackets and then code. And that's gonna have one normal, one curly brackets, and we're gonna destructure node and node, class name, children, and then dot props. Okay, and then we will define body const match. It's gonna be, okay, now we need to write some regex. So it's gonna be slash language dash and then brackets backslash w plus and then slash at the end dot exec and then pass in class name or empty string. So I'm not sure what this exactly, this I think this is going to match all of the language names. I'm not sure what how this will exactly work, but I think it will just match like all of the language names like JavaScript, Python, React, whatever. Below that we're gonna say return match question mark. So if there is a match, if it's not an, I think if it's not an empty string, maybe, I don't know. I think I'm gonna ask ChatGPT for this. And then we're gonna say div, and we're gonna say div again, and we're gonna say button. So let's to this second div we're gonna say class name flex w full justify end bg white over 5, so only white but 5% opacity, and then padding 2 rounded dash top dash md. Okay, so the button is gonna have, so this is the copy button. On click we're gonna have this handle copy, and we're gonna say string and say children dot replace. Let me close this so it's more visible. Okay, so replace and then pass in argument slash backslash n slash comma empty string. So this will replace all of the new lines with empty string when we copy code. And this is our handle copy. So let's uncomment this handle copy definition. Let's do this. I also think we are missing arrow function, like arrow here, and we need to import this copy and toast. So toast is gonna be imported from Sonar. If you haven't installed it, install it from ShadCN and import copy from, let me fix this mistake. And then this is gonna be from copy dash to dash clipboard, and we need to copy and install this package. npm install copy from clipboard. And let me real quick fix this import statement. Okay, so let's continue. Inside of this button that we are using to copy, we're gonna add a clipboard icon from Lucid React. It's gonna be self-closing. Let's add some class names to be text dash white slash 20 w 4 height 4, and below button, below another div, we're gonna say syntax highlighter, like this, and we will close this. So this will be our code syntax highlighter, and we will say string and pass in children. Let me just copy this, it's the same. So this one, like this. Okay, in syntax highlighter, we need to say language is equal to match and then number 1, and then style style is gonna be equal to groove box dark. We need to import these things now. Let's just make one change. So here in replace, it should be a $sign here, and that $sign should also be up here. That is it. Here where our brackets end, let's say or, and then open new brackets and say code block, but I need to make it HTML block. So code like this, and then children, and in code we're gonna pass in class name is gonna be equal to class name, and this structure props as well. So that should be it. I think I'm gonna put comma here, and let's go to the top and import some of these things. Import syntax highlighter from React syntax highlighter. But we don't have this installed, so let's copy this and npm install this React syntax highlighter. And the other thing we need to import is this groovebox dark theme. So import, and then this structure groove. Actually, we're gonna just say from React dash syntax highlighter slash dist slash CJS slash styles slash highlight.js, so HLJS, like this. And we want to go here and say groove box dark, and it's gonna say we have a problem. We also need to go hover over here and then copy this npm install save dev types React syntax highlighter. So we need to copy that, and we need to install that from our CMD as well. And congratulations, guys. Now when we get coding messages, when we get code blocks, they're gonna be displayed as code blocks. I cannot show it to you now, but let's continue. Let's now actually implement the OpenAI API calling. So it's gonna generate some code, and those messages will be displayed. Let's go into messages.ts, and here where we are doing submit, we are right now only sending user message into the database. But now let's implement calling the API and then sending API response to the database as well. Okay, so below send user message, we will go ahead and say const messages is equal to await context dot run query, and we're gonna say internal dot messages dot retrieve, and we will pass in object that says chat ID args dot chat ID. So we're gonna need to get last couple of messages, and we're gonna send those messages to GPT. So not just the last message that user sent, but before that there's a few messages. So let's go ahead and create this retrieve function right above export const retrieve. It's gonna be internal query, and then object. I think we can just copy like the whole thing here from list. So it's gonna be very similar retrieving to listing. So we have chat ID. Let's change the handler function just a little bit. So const messages is gonna be equal to await context query messages. Okay, with index. This is important. So below this we wanna say dot order descending, and then we're gonna take 3. So we're gonna take last 3 messages, and then we're gonna return messages like this. So that's it. Let's go down to submit. So we have this retrieve function. Now we need to messages.reverse. Wait, it should be messages.reverse. So we're gonna get last 3 messages, but we need to order them such that the latest one is at the top, and then the earliest sent message is at the top, and then the newer message, and then the newest message is on the bottom, and then we're gonna append user's message as well. So this will retrieve last 3, but from newest to oldest, but we need from oldest to newest last 3. Okay, so this messages has like role, content, chat ID, ID creation. So we just need role and content. So let's say const formatted messages is equal. I think we will have to give it a type, but let's just for now say this is equal to messages.map, and we will get a message object. So message, and we're gonna say arrow, and then normal brackets, curly brackets. Role will be message.role, and content will be message.content, and we can close this. So below that we want to call OpenAI API. So const OpenAI will be new OpenAI, and then API key will be process.env.OpenAI API key. And now we will real quick go to OpenAI API. So OpenAI API keys like this on Google, and I think we go here, and we will go here API keys, and we will create a new API key, and I'm gonna call it ChatGPT Clone and create a new key. So I'm gonna copy this key, and we'll go to environment local and say OpenAI API key is equal to this. So now we have this OpenAI, but we also need to install OpenAI npm package. So let me start a new terminal here. I'm gonna say npm install OpenAI, and while this is installing, I'm gonna we want to stream the response, so we don't want to wait for the whole response to finish and then display that on screen. We want to stream let response is gonna be an empty string, and then const stream is gonna be equal to await OpenAI dot chat dot completions dot create, and we will pass in object that's model current user dot model, and stream is gonna be true, and message will be formatted messages, and below that temperature is gonna be 1, max underscore tokens, I will set it to 120, but maybe you wanna set like 420 maybe, and then top p, that's gonna be 1, and frequency underscore penalty, that's gonna be 0, presence underscore penalty, it's gonna be 0. Okay, so I think we will close these brackets here. So I don't know if I told you, I forgot, so because I don't know if I recorded or deleted this part, but you need to npm install OpenAI. Okay, and then on the top we need to import OpenAI from OpenAI like this. And then we need to scroll down to OpenAI. And now this stream, this is going to be a response that we will save into the database, and the database will automatically display this, update our UI, so we don't need to worry about UI. We just need to worry about saving this. So I'm just going to say save message, and that's going to be new const new assistant message ID. That's going to be equal to await context run mutation, passing actually just passing internal dot messages dot send, and then comma object role, that's going to be assistant, comma content is going to be empty, and we will stream this message token by token. We're going to save everything as it streams back to us into database. So chat ID is going to be args chat ID. I'm just going to put these endings. And then for await, and then const part of stream. If part choices first choice dot delta dot content is equal to null, then throw error OpenAI completion is null. So we're gonna be getting this stream. That's gonna be we're gonna get them one by one, and each stream is gonna contain like next token of the response. So we will just append everything to our message. So let's see how we will do it. If part dot choices 0 dot delta dot content is different from undefined, then response will be equal, or it will be plus equal. So we will append part dot choices 0 delta, although I could have saved this into a variable as I see now, content. So we will just append the last token to the whole response, and then we will await context run mutation internal dot messages dot update. Do we have this? We don't have this, but we will make it. Send object message ID, that's gonna be new assistant message ID, and content will be response like this. So that is it for this mutation. Okay, we just need to, first of all, this is a comma, and then we need to make this update. So every time we get a new part, new token, we will just update this message with this ID. This is our new message with that whole response, and response will be built by appending all of the tokens. So let's go below and say export const update. This one is very short, so that's gonna be internal mutation open object args, and I think like message ID here is gonna be v.id, and pass in messages. Oh my god, hey, what's happening? So args message ID v.id messages. Is there an error? I don't know. Let's see. And then content, that's gonna be v.string. Handler is gonna be async function, and it will have context, args, and it will be arrow function arrow, and then const new message ID. It's gonna be await context.database.patch args.message ID content args.content, and then we will just return new message ID. So this is not new, this is updated message ID. So does this even return? I'm not sure why I wrote this. Okay, but I think this does return. It's a void, it seems. But we are not anyways like saving this mutation, the update mutation, into any value, so I don't think we need to even return anything. So we can just await like this. Just update the message. And it also looks like this handler is open, but this is not closed, and this, so we need to go here and close it like this, but without this. Sorry, I think one close bracket is just missing here, and now it's closed properly, yeah. There is also this comma here that should be a semicolon in our string definition. So if I save this, now let's see, count to 10. Let's see if this is gonna work. So it doesn't seem to work right now. We have an error. It says OpenAI API key environment variable is missing or empty. Yeah, so we need to go to Convex dev actually and set this variable inside of Convex dev, because this function is going to execute on the Convex dev. So select my project and go here to settings, environment variables, add a new one, this OpenAI API key, and I will go to local and copy this key. And now I will go here and paste it here, save. So if I go back to my, I say just count to 10 again. Seems like there is another one. So if I refresh the page and say count to 10, incorrect API key provided. I'm not sure what's happening, but let's just try again. So we're gonna create a new key. I'm gonna copy this key and paste it here, save. And now count to 10. Okay, let's go. It's streaming, we have it working. Let's go, boys. Oh, it looks like I just copied like this part, but not the SK part as well. So I need to copy the whole thing. And now if I go to any kind of chat, I go here, I say hi, it's gonna start answering. So this chat, the first chat will be persistent, it will be saved. Let's see if I can rename a chat. So right now, I need to first enter it and then rename and say secondary, it doesn't matter, I'm just gonna save. And now it's renamed as secondary. So that works as well. If I can delete it, I can. Yeah. That's it. If I delete, yeah, it's gonna redirect. So everything works. So the last thing we need to do is connect everything to Stripe, and congratulations if you got to this point. We have done almost everything except now payments and upgrades. So if I click this button, it should work. So as we click on this button, it should redirect, it should create a Stripe checkout page and redirect us to it. So we need to now go to our Convex folder and create a stripe.ts file. And first thing we will do is export const pay. So this actions, it will be action, and that will generate the checkout and the checkout URL. So args will be empty object, and a handler will be async, and it will be arrow function, and we don't need args because it's empty object. Okay, so const clerk user will be await context auth get user identity. Const user will be await context run query API, this one, users current user, and passing empty object. If not users, or if not user, or not clerk user, throw error, throw new error, user not authenticated. Below that, if we will say if not clerk user, so this user is from our database, this object is our database object, and this clerk user is just like from a clerk, the authentication service that we are using. Okay, so clerk user dot email verified. If email is not verified, throw new error user email not verified. So we just want to make sure it's verified. Const stripe is gonna be new stripe passing, oh my god, stripe passing process dot env dot next stripe next stripe secret stripe secret key and exclamation mark, because we will make sure it exists. So let's also say comma and pass object API version. It's gonna be 2023-10-16, and then let's go to our terminal real quick and say npm install stripe. Okay, while this is installing, let's go below and say const domain, that's gonna be process.env.next public hosting URL, and we can assert this. Okay, so our let's set this next public hosting URL here. That's gonna be localhost 3000 for now. We will change this to our actual URL later. We will use this to redirect user after checkout. Okay, now let's create a session. Const session, and the type will be stripe dot stripe dot response, and passing stripe dot, oh my god, dot checkout dot session as this type, and that's gonna be await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create, and passing object. Okay, so this, let's see why these imports don't work. Let's go on top and import this manually. So import stripe, not in brackets, from stripe. Yeah, it should work. Now everything should work. But I think, yeah, this should be a comma. So next stripe underscore secret key. Okay, so everything works, but we don't have this yet, but we will set it up. Okay, so in creating a session, here we're gonna pass in, so this session is just a checkout. So the mode will be subscription. So you have payment setup subscription, so subscription. Line items, it's gonna be array, and there will only be one. So this is like the item that we are selling. So price will be process dot environment dot Stripe subscription price underscore ID. Assert this, and then quantity will be 1. Just to make sure not to forget this, so this price, we will create this in our Stripe dashboard. And I forgot to mention, for those of you who don't have Stripe because your country isn't supported, you can use something like Lemon Squeezy, but I will not show how to set it up in this tutorial. You can either, maybe I'm gonna make it in the future, or search on YouTube, or read the Lemon Squeezy documentation. So let me copy this and just paste it here, set equal, and also this one, next try secret key, I'm also gonna paste it here, set equal, so I don't forget. Okay, so this is the item that we will define in our Stripe dashboard. We will set the price and everything there, so we just need to call it here, the ID of that item. Okay, and then we wanna say customer email. We wanna pre-fill the email with clerk user dot email, like this. And so the user will not be able to change the email. They're gonna use the email that they authenticated with. Metadata, we're gonna send user ID. That's gonna be user dot underscore ID. We wanna, this is the metadata, so we know which user subscribed. Now, I'm not sure why this doesn't work. What does it say? I think this is just a bug, so it will fix itself. So let's set a comma, and then success URL, it's gonna be backticks, $, open curly brackets, domain, and then let's just copy this and say cancel URL is gonna be the same. Yeah, the error here is I need a comma here, and that should be it. After this one, we're gonna set the semicolon and return session.url. So this is the URL of the checkout that we will redirect the user to. Okay, so we need to now set up just these things. So you need to create an account on Stripe and press this test mode, and this is Hungarian for this is way less money than you think, and this is testing imaginary money. I'm not like this rich, so just so you know. And a developer, so go to developers and API keys, and we are going to need a publishable key. So let's go back to our local environment, and we're gonna say next Stripe publishable underscore key. It's gonna be this one, and reveal test key. So it's gonna ask, I'm gonna copy this test key and go back to next Stripe secret key. And now we need to create our price. Then we wanna click here more, and then we wanna go to product catalog. And we want to create a new product. And the name will be ChatGPT Plus subscription. So fill out the description, all of the fields. It's gonna be recurring, and let's say $20 per month, billed monthly, and USD. And okay, so I'm gonna just add this product. So let's go click this product. Now make sure you are on testing mode all this time. You don't want to actually use live mode for testing Stripe, because many payment processors will, if you buy your own product, they will see that as money laundering. Okay, so we want to go here to pricing and API ID, and then copy this API ID price. So we're gonna go here and paste it here. What's also important is you need to copy all of this, and we need to also paste this into Convex environment variables here. So because these functions that we are creating, they will be executed on Convex. So we need to have these variables here. So let's go ahead and test. So if I go here, I say upgrade to plus. Let me open the console. Okay, let's see upgrade to plus and then upgrade plan. Okay, we have some errors. Invalid URL. Okay, so URLs must, I think our local host, I think we will just copy it like this. Go here. Okay, so we're gonna do it like this. And also, I think we need to paste this in the Convex. So we will go to Convex. Did I even add this at all? I don't know, but I will just add it here. Next public hosting URL save. I want to show you the debugging process as well when I'm doing this. So let's clear the console and do it again. Okay, now it works. Okay, so now it pushed us to this Stripe page. And our email is logged in. I want to lock in the email here. So this is a test mode, and you want to use this fake test information. So this is 424242. These are Stripe test information. Just this is any future date. This is any number, and then any name, anything. And we want to pay and subscribe. But actually, we want to disable secure store information, or you can just store it. I don't know. And this should return success. Let's wait for a few moments. I just want to see if it's gonna become green. I don't know why it's processing. So yeah, okay, so it's green. Now it's gonna redirect us back to our page. Yeah, we are at home page. I didn't implement, so this should redirect us to the chat. But so if we go on to payments, so stripe.com/test/payments, we can see that our payment was successful right now, like 2 minutes ago. Now, the only thing we need to do is when user pays, we need to save into the database. Here, I have users, so we need to save into the database that they have active subscription. So we will go back to my code. So what Stripe does is when somebody pays, they send webhooks. So when the payment is complete, they send a webhook, and then you can like read from that webhook information that subscriber, that person has paid, and in the metadata in the webhook, we're gonna have the user ID that the user that paid. So we can use that, and I will show you how. If this is confusing, just bear with me, you will understand. So we will go here into developers and webhooks. So for every business, you need to create a separate like Stripe account here, or separate like this kind of sub account. So all of the webhooks that we receive will be sent to these URLs. And so I will add an endpoint, so add a new webhook, and we're just gonna add this endpoint. So the endpoint, let's go back to my let's go back here and copy this link. That's Convex URL. So we need to copy that and go back to the here and then paste that link, but it will be .site. So this is where Convex will receive webhooks. And then /Stripe, this is the route that we will create. Now let's change the API version to the latest. And everything, you can add description if you want, but add endpoint here. Oh, we need to also select events to listen. So it's gonna be a checkout, and then we're gonna say checkout complete, expired. I think that's it. Add events, add endpoint. So let's define this /Stripe route. So let's go to our Convex and make a new file, http.ts. This is how we will define our routes. So first we will say const http is equal to http router from Convex server, like this, and invoke this. And then we're gonna say http.route, and then we're gonna pass in object, and the path will be /stripe, and then method will be post, like this, and handler will be http action, and we're gonna say async, and that's gonna have context and a request, and then we're gonna say const signature will be let's give it a string type, so that's gonna be request.headers.get, and then we're gonna say stripe dash signature. I think you must not misspell this, as string, like this. Below that, const result, that's gonna be await context run action, and it's gonna be internal, but we need to import internal, like this, dot stripe dot fulfill, and then pass in object signature and payload, that's gonna be await request.text, like this. So stripe here. Oh, we didn't define this. Okay, so when we get this webhook, the Stripe will send a webhook once the payment is successful. We need to catch that webhook here at /stripe, and then we will read the signature of that webhook, and then we will just send it to this fulfill method that we didn't define yet. But in this method, we will create a new subscription for that user in the database, or we will update an old one if there is already one. Let's go below here. If result is equal, oh no, if result.success, then we will say return new response null, comma, object status 200, like this, and then else return new response webhook error, and then pass in object of status 400. This is internal server error code, just so we make it more clear, like what it is. Okay, so now let's just define this fulfill function. So go into Stripe here, and below, let's say export const fulfill, that's gonna be internal. Sorry, you just need to return to HTTP and say export default HTTP, like this. So we need to export this. Internal action, import it from this, so this will be fulfill, and then pass in object args signature, that's gonna be a v import from v.string, and then payload, that's gonna be v.string, handler, that's gonna be async, run query, run mutation, and then comma, signature, comma, payload. Okay, so instead of this, we can say context, and inside we can say context.run query, like this. But we can also destructure this run query and run. I just want to show you a different way. And we could have passed arguments here, and then we can say args.signature, but we can also destructure it like this. Okay, we're gonna have arrow here, and then we need to define stripe again. So const stripe, it's gonna be new stripe. We need to import stripe from, yeah, we already have it, okay. And then pass in the following process dot env dot stripe webhook secret as string. And we don't need this just a second. Oh, okay, so this is a little bit, so this is a different thing. So we need to cut this, and below that we say const webhook secret. It's gonna be this, and inside of new stripe we're gonna pass in process.env.next stripe secret key exclamation mark, and we will also pass in API version to be this one, and we can say comma and then semicolon. Let's quickly copy this stripe webhook secret and put this into .env.local, and down below that's gonna be equal. Let's go to stripe, go to webhooks and our webhook, and then signing secret reveal, and we need to copy this secret, and let's save it here, stripe webhook secret, and we will copy this whole thing. Go to data here, settings, environment variables, and add a new one, paste this here and save. If we go back to our code in HTTPS, we are getting that stripe is possibly null, but I think if we can ignore that for now and go back here. Below our webhook secret, I'm gonna say try catch block, and then const event is await stripe dot webhooks dot construct event async. It must be construct event async. Passing payload signature and webhook secret, and then that's it. Below that, const completed event is event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session, and we will extend this type with metadata. It's gonna be metadata, but oh god, we need to actually create this type. So if you don't know what this here means, we have this event object, and we will cast that as this type, but we will extend this type with this as well. So this object will have everything this type has, and also it will have .metadata. And let's go above this function and say type metadata is equal to user ID, and that's gonna be ID, import this one, and then users, and close this. So this is the metadata type. So now below the completed event definition, we will say if event.type is equal to checkout.session completed, this one, const subscription, it's gonna be await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve, and we will say completed event dot subscription as string. We don't need anything at the end, because this is like passing arguments into the function call. Below that, const user ID will be completed event dot metadata dot user ID, and then await run mutation internal users. Why is this not? We need to import it. Dot users. We don't have users in internal, but bear with me. So internal update subscription, and then we're gonna pass in object user ID. Subscription ID is gonna be subscription dot ID, and ends on will be subscription dot current period end times 1000, because we want this in milliseconds. So comma, and that should be it for checkout session complete. Now this happens when the user is buying it for the first time, the subscription. But when the user has already bought a subscription again and before, and it expired, for example, and now he's trying to continue it, we're gonna say if event.type is equal to invoice dot payment succeeded, and I think we need to go ahead onto Stripe, and we need to enable this because I didn't enable this. So I think update details, and then select events, payment succeeded, invoice payment succeeded, this one. Update endpoint. So let's go back. So let's continue here, open the body and say const. So I think we can just copy this part. So this is the subscription that's gonna be. I think this is the same, yes, and then user ID we can copy as well. And then we can also copy the run mutation, but I think we will change it a little bit. So internal, so users, and then it's not gonna be this method, but update subscription by subscription or sub ID. So we just want to update already existing subscription. And subscription, we don't need user ID because we actually don't get metadata here on this. So I think we don't get it, so we're not going to use it. I don't know why I copied it. Okay, so subscription ID and ends on subscription. Okay, so this is the same. So this one is closed, and then we're gonna return success. That's gonna be true. Let's, in the catch error, we're gonna say console.log error and return success false error, and then we're gonna say error as open object and message string, and then at the end of error we're gonna say dot message. So we're gonna do a bit of casting trickery here. Now let's go to users TS and let's implement these two functions. So export const update your update subscription. That's gonna be equal to internal mutation and passing object args. That's gonna be subscription ID. That's gonna be v.string user ID. That's gonna be v.id and users. And we will also have ends on v.number invoke, then put comma after args and handler async context, comma, and then subscription ID. So we're going to destructure this. We're going to destructure user ID, and we're going to destructure ends on. That will be arrow function, and we will say await context.database.patch, and we will pass in user ID because we want to just update the subscription of this user. So subscription ID will be subscription ID, and ends on will be ends on. And let me just do this here, so you will not have this below because I just programmed this, but I forgot to record. So I will delete this, and we will code this function now again. This function is when user is a new subscriber, so when we are creating a new subscription, and the other function that we will code is when user is extending an existing subscription. So export const update subscription by ID. So when user is creating a subscription, we will have user ID in the metadata of our Stripe payment. But here, when user is updating, we will not have user ID in the metadata. We will just have subscription ID. So we need to do this based on subscription ID. Internal mutation, pass in object, args. Let's copy this object here, but we don't need user ID. And below that, handler, async context, and we will destructure, let's just destructure again this, but we will not need user ID. And then that will be arrow body const user is await context.database.query users dot with index by subscription ID, and then we will pass in a q to be equal, so q dot equals, and then field subscription ID, and let me remove this, what is this, comma subscription ID, like this, and then dot unique, and at the end, actually it's not the end still, so we're gonna say below if not user, throw new error, user not found, and this should be like this maybe, and then below that await context.database patch, and then user dot ID, and then just ends on is gonna be ends on, and that should be it. I'm gonna put all of these endings. So we get subscription ID, we find user with this subscription ID, and then we patch the ends on date of the subscription. And here in Stripe TS, we call this update subscription by sub ID. I'm just gonna say update subscription by ID, like this, and save. So now I wanna test it. So I will go to Convex Dev, and where I have this user and ends on, I'm just gonna set this to 0 and press enter to save. So the subscription has expired. So I'm gonna go and buy a new one. And while this is fulfilling, let's see. Yeah, we have a new subscription. It updated. And now let's go ahead and go to a chat, and I can choose GPT-4. And I say hi, and that's going to be GPT-4. Congratulations, 2 last things we need to do is change this upgrade plan button, and also when we are on mobile, I want this sidebar to disappear and just to have a hamburger menu here. The other problem I discovered is I tried to sign up with a different account, but then we got user not found, so we need to add the user automatically as he signs up. That's very quick to do. The only problem is we are not redirecting the user after sign up to /signup, where he will be saved on our page. So let's just go here to .env.local, and let's say here below clerk, I'm gonna add next_public clerk after sign up URL to be /signup, and save it. I'm gonna create a new account, and as I'm being signed in, let's see, I'm gonna be added automatically, and I am not gonna be added automatically. If you wanna sign up again with the same account, you need to go to clerk.com users, and then you need to list and delete the user. So here I'm gonna delete both of these users, and I wanna sign up again, let's say all three of them. Also delete them from Convex database. And I will also delete all of the chats because I deleted the user so it doesn't throw an error. But you don't need to like delete the user. This one that has all the chats. So a small problem we have is when we are not logged in and we go to localhost 3000, it tries to pull the chats from the I will show you where, chats and list. But since nobody is logged in, it's gonna say call list chats without logged in users. So instead of throwing an error, let's just return empty array of chats. If nobody is logged in, if there is no identity, return empty array of chats. So I can delete this. And then in the, let's just search for chat-list. Chat-list. And here, chats can be API chats list or empty array, and then just save. But then we also need to add in login and sign up, sign in buttons here. So I think it's gonna be a bit more complex logic. You can do that if you want. You can just search for clerks sign up, sign in button, custom buttons. But I'm actually just gonna go to my middleware and remove this from public routes. And now it's no longer a public route, so users will have to sign up as soon as they access this homepage. One more thing. After we sign up, it doesn't redirect us to sign up page where we will store the user. So sometimes I don't know why it doesn't work, but there is a workaround. So if we come to the homepage and it says user not found when it's trying to list chats, so users is not in the database, we will just go to the chats, so convex chats.ts, and here if user is null, just return null. We will not throw this error user not found. I want you in the chat list to say if chat is equal null, return null. So here, if we don't have any chats, it's going to return null. And then in the home page, I made these changes because I was fixing a bug. So I will not program this with you. I will just tell you, you need to copy this. Store user is equal to use mutation store. And if we go to this mutation, store mutation, I think I changed this a little bit. So check out this whole code, and you need to change your code to match this code. Because if chat is null, we're going to create a new chat, and we will return chat ID. So that's what we will do. And then here we're gonna call this store user like this in use effect when it loads, and then we're gonna get chat ID, and then we will push to chat/chat ID. So this is our homepage. So we create a new chat if there is no chats. Okay, so the way it works is if I go to the database and I delete this chat, you see a new chat is immediately created. So make sure the code matches, because I was fixing it right now. One of the last things we need to do is mobile sidebar. Go to components sidebar, or actually just to components, and say mobile sidebar / index.tsx, and we will say x const mobile sidebar, that's gonna be arrow function, return, and we're gonna say div, give it class name of block LG hidden, so on large screens it will be hidden, and then sheet, import this from this UI sheet, and you should install this from ShadCN if you don't have it. Close. Sheet trigger, and then menu from Lucid React, class name text dash white, and then sheet content, and then go down and say, well, we're gonna give it props, so side is gonna be left, class name will be h-full, flex p-4, bg neutral 950, flex dash call, and then say new chat button, and below that chat list, and then below that upgrade plan button, which we don't have, I think, so we didn't make this yet. And that should be it. Let me just comment this real quick. So we also want to go to sidebar real quick, so index.tsx, and here h-full LG flex, we want to say hidden, so it's hidden by default, so it should be hidden like this. And now everything works, it's gonna appear on large screens. And then go to header index.tsx, and here where we say in mobile sidebar, just import mobile sidebar like this. And now at our page, if we click this mobile sidebar, it will open this sidebar, so you can close it. But if I make this larger, this hamburger menu is gonna disappear, and we will have desktop sidebar. Now let's go to sidebar TSX, and here where I say upgrade plan button, I'm actually gonna make a component upgrade plan button, and here in the sidebar I'm gonna say upgrade dash plan dash button.tsx, and very quickly export const upgrade plan button, and then say const open upgrade model set open upgrade model use state, that's gonna be false, const current user, that's gonna be use query API dot users dot current user, and then pass in empty object, const handle click, that's gonna be an arrow function, set open upgrade model to true, and then we're gonna say const is subscribed current user and current user question mark and so on, $?0. So if user has subscription, or if it doesn't have subscription, we will set it at 0, and it should be larger than date.now. Because if this is larger than date.now, then subscription did not expire, or yeah. And let's go down below and say return, and then is subscribed and then again these, and then upgrade modal, like this. Open, it's gonna be open upgrade modal, and then set open will be set open upgrade modal, and below that we're gonna say button, like this, and say sparkles from Lucid React, and that's gonna be a self-closing. Let's give some class name to the button, so bg transparent gap x2 justify start p2 page fit hover bg neutral 800, and then on click handle click. So below sparkles, actually some class name to the sparkles. We're gonna say rounded dash full bg transparent border 1 pixel border neutral 500 or 600 rounded full p1 fill white. Okay, so that is sparkles. Below that, make a new div, class name text start h3, that's gonna be upgrade plan, and below that h5 get GPT-4, and give it some class names here. Font normal, text extra small, text zinc 400. That should be it. I think just close this fragment that's not closed for some reason, like this. Now go to index.ts here and just import this, and go to mobile sidebar as well. So mobile sidebar here, and just do this and this. Let's see if it works. So we need use client in upgrade plan button. So here, let's just go to beginning. We need use client because we have use state. And this should work. Yeah, it works. It redirects me. So this upgrade plan button works.